Hello, Shoggoth Unknown here. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition. Today is the 24th of April, 2022, local time 13:02. And last time, the bulk of what we really did was wander around Hiberheim and take care of the various different side questy things we could find there. We freed some prisoners and killed some of them because they were pieces of shit. And we actually took care of King Boreas of Hiberheim. So we don't have a whole lot left to do there except for find the White Witch Icara. So that's basically what we're left with at this point, and that's basically what we're going to get right into now. Very quick intro on my part. Damn, it was like a minute. Oh yeah. And Scarlet there has the rot. Now, what that is, I haven't really talked too much about it. We just accepted it when it happened. But she takes damage forever now. So it says, infected by rot, deals 1 void damage per turn until vitality reaches 1. If we take a look at Scarlet, it's in equipment, and we go down to this, no. Where is it? I didn't get rid of it, did I? Uh-oh. That's actually a thing you can do. That would be amusing. Let's sort by type. Oh, wait, I wasn't scrolled all the way, so it might still be in here. It's a wand. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Shambling Oak Death Wand. And if we read the description, it says, use this Tenebrium wand to destroy any shambling oak around you. Caution, due to the presence of Tenebrium, touching the wand can be hazardous. So that should really tell us all we need to know. Is that Tenebrium, which we see here, it's been here all along, I think. There is a Tenebrium damage that we haven't dealt with yet. And that's actually kind of what's happening. Well, its Tenebrium has infected her with rot, and rot is dealing void damage. That's how it's described. But it is the same logo here as the Tenebrium logo. So, yeah. Just something interesting. How is her inventory? It's meh. I think my plan was going to be, yeah. Let's push forward and hit level 13. Is it 13 or level 14? Let's push forward and hit level 14. And then we'll go back to town and do inventory management at that point. Yo, King, with the 8-month sub. Thank you so much, King. What are you up to? I think, do I want to go there or here? Really appreciate that, man. I need to find this damn skull mountain. There's like a skull mountain that we found yesterday. And I dug up a hatch in front of it. And I can't... I feel like I'm just going around in circles. I mean, I am. It's going pretty well. Yeah, it has been a bit. It has been a bit. My schedule's been crazy, but it's going pretty well overall. New job. Still kind of getting into the right cadence with the new job. You know, playing games I like. Just trying to keep up with the content here. It's pretty good. What about yourself? Here we are, finally. How could you miss it? It's like... Ooh, it's not even a full-on skull. Like, I don't know what's going on up here. Got like some horns or something coming out of it. Alright, we'll hop down this hatch. This is our first time going down here. You know it's suspicious when they put an oil barrel, like, first thing when you get in here. Yo, what the hell? What's in this? Hold up. Just keep stacking them. Oh, damn. That sucks to hear, but I'm glad you got some stuff lined up at least. You got something in the works. I've managed to avoid... Oh, snap. Okay. I don't recognize ever having seen this before. I've managed to avoid getting caught off guard with the job like that in the past. So I still count myself lucky there. Because that's definitely been like a fear of mine. There's no way I haven't seen this before. I must have just forgotten. Having played this game all the way through twice. And then I know when I was playing this with Copperbeard, we were in Hiberheim. I don't know if we got this far, but we were in Hiberheim. And it's like, how would I not have seen some of this? Alright.
It's a mirage.
The mine disappeared. You see that shit? If I shoot that... Okay, we need all these to die. Yeah, like that. Oh, that's much better. I'm not trying to walk through that shit. Why would I waste my time trying to get around all these mines if I could just blow them up? I mean, I'm making it safe. It's gonna be safe now. I can't tell, is there water there? It looks like it's frozen for some reason. Or I can't tell if it's just the environment. It's dark as shit in here. Because I'm kind of skeptical about making it rain and having it freeze over, but this fire won't go away. Okay, we got mines on both sides of the chest, but I think it's safe other than that. What the hell is this? A washboard? What the hell is it doing down here? Pass this stuff on. Man, I gotta go do some inventory management soon. We gotta get a level up first. No! Shit. I was like, no, don't walk in there. I saw it happening. I seen it. It's okay, we got healing.
I needed that.
And one thing you notice, if you watch the way I play this, I like to always stay at top health. I don't see any reason to ever not be healed. Don't step on that other mine. If I got healing spells that don't cost like a permanent resource or something to use, I'm just gonna heal up always.
Careful now. That's
Daemonium. I'll find you.
Yeah, sure.
So let the...
I don't know what the trap is that we spotted. Oh, okay, there. Watch this blow up. No. Okay, let's back off. We gotta walk, yeah, we gotta walk this slowly. Yo, what the hell's going on here? Again, it's dark as shit in these places, though. Nice. Very satisfying. Alright, so we want to actually get this box, and we can block that static cloud. I don't want to be walking through that and get paralyzed, get stunned. I don't think there's anything special on this path. Yo, there was a mine there. It disappeared as we got closer. Do I just make it rain? Because it sure is taking a minute. Oh, but what sucks is there's still poison here. I don't think this will blow it up. No, we gotta wait on the poison to go away. That shit'll kill us. It's like fart gas just sitting in there too. It's just like there. Okay, can I throw this far? Let's just do this to get around it. See that cheese? Put that back. But now by the time it took me to get it back on my hotbar, the poison was gone. No, don't walk into that. Come on, you knew it was there. No, we're just getting wrecked by this. Alright, what do we have up here? More traps? It's like that Doom 2 level tricks and traps. Next time I do inventory management, I'm going to take into account some crafting and stuff. Just probably going to be a bit of a longer session of inventory management, but it's gonna... should make us some money. Yeah, we got more dead imps.
Looks like we found the prison all right. The White Witch must be around here somewhere.
If she hasn't been tortured to death in this hellhole.
A word in your ear, mate.
Alright, I'd like to talk to you. There we go.
You alright, mate?
His name is Tyler.
Pickle, are ya? Yeah, look like you're proper stuck in there.
Who might you be?
I'm Tyler, mate. What's your name, Sunshine? Ain't rat killer, is he?
I could use some help getting out of here if you're willing.
Yeah? Leave her over there, open skate, mate. I'll pull it for you, if you help me back. Me stomach's rumbling. Got some cheese I could nibble on?
I do, here you go.
Kitty! A thumping piece, that.
Thumping piece.
I'll help you. It's too high, mate. I can't. I'm sorry, mate, but I got bands. Thanks for all the cheese, though. Appreciate it.
You bastard. Stole my damn cheese. No, we can get out of here.
What's this? I found something.
Just dig under the cell. I think you might be able to teleport through the bars. I'm not sure if it works on these. But there are other places you can teleport through the bars.
Ready to advance, ready to defend.
Nope.
What can it?
We're not talking right now.
I think I'll stay off that particular device.
Yeah, me too. Good God, lady, do I need to get the spray bottle out? I don't think it'd be wise of me to enter an Iron Maiden, no matter how cordial her invitation.
Didn't say that wretched word. A maiden I am, and a maiden I must remain. How terribly am I cursed. Cursed to crave the fires of desire, but forever unable to feel the lick of its flames, the thrust of its blaze. How many times have red-blooded men been invited to penetrate me, dragged into my embrace, kicking and screaming? But it is not I who is ecstatically pierced. It is them. I do not draw from them that which is meant to give life. No, their life's blood instead.
Need some anti-horny missiles on this lady.
I am the thousand-robed celibate, the virgin of steel, chastised with chastity everlasting.
How come you feel what you feel? How come you're conscious?
I do not know. The first time a helpless victim was forced into my many-thorned frame, and he wet me utterly with his blood, I suddenly sprung to life. Berea says it is because of the stone my head is carved from. A stone from the stars. Its sanguine tastes animate my spirit and my lust.
Alright, so we can get a starstone here, I guess.
How you tempt me, gracious.
Do we examine? Do we attack?
I pity her, this Iron Maiden. Or rather, the girl's spirit trapped within. Her predicament is clearly demon-made. Nothing else could delight so much in the kindling of desires again and again, only to withhold them each time anew.
I thought that was just called edging.
If there is any way we can put her out of her misery, we should. For it is better to die than be enthralled by demon curses.
Hey, for once I agree with Jahan, though. Oh man. That's a brutal dialogue choice. If she had a throat, I'd slit it. Damn. She may suffer, but at least she lives. We shouldn't be too hasty to deal death.
You haven't an astute mind, Hunter. One that meanders through the marshlands of mundane morality with wanton abandon. Many hold life to be a sacred thing, or worse, a god's gift over which only those self-same gods may preside.
Just want to draw attention. Scarlet agreed by saying, right, what some call a mercy kill is still a kill and shouldn't be considered so lightly.
But life is neither God's given nor sacred. And when it is dragged into the dust by demons, our duty is to end it without a moment's pause. Do not forget.
Well, you also fucked with demons. Alright, now we are gonna do it, though. Bloodstone.
Striking it rich.
So we don't get to actually... We had a bloodstone before, And basically, you don't get to activate it as a starstone until you actually use the bloodstone itself. So what I mean by that is the bloodstone is an item, it will heal us, and then it will activate as a starstone and do all the end of time stuff. So I'll just hold on to it for a little bit until I'm either ready to just do it, or until, what am I trying to say? Or until something presents itself, which makes sense to use it. Alright, let's see what this guy has to say. What's his name? Druin.
There must be a way out of here. There must be a way home. Maybe I am going nuts.
Tell me about yourself.
I have no idea what's going on. One minute I'm out on a jog with my dog Rocky, and the next I'm headfirst in the snow with snowmen all around me, and they're talking and poking me and demanding to know which source lord I serve, and I'm just a normal guy. I'm not crazy, am I?
Of what do you stand accused?
Hell if I know. All I did was ask for a phone, and these monsters threw me in this dungeon. They asked so many questions, but I had no idea what any of it meant. And this place, it isn't normal. The snow talks. There are magic wands, and little red people, and talking animals, and no toilets.
What do you know about this prison?
It's full of dead bodies and vermin, and the snow people seem to be in charge. God, what I wouldn't give for a drink.
The sight of magic disturbs you?
Well, it'd be pretty fantastic if I knew what the hell were happening. Where I am, what I'm doing here. I've got a life, you know. A house, a car, friends, and a family waiting for me. Isn't there a single phone in this damn place? I'd settle for a telegraph at this rate.
Poor fellow seems to be quite touched with madness. I ought to leave him be.
What? No, I'm not crazy. Please, you must believe me. I don't belong here. You hear me? I don't belong here.
I love that. Because he's just a random guy in here talking about phones and cars and such. And that's it. That's the dialogue we got with him. Nothing more. Axe kit. We got the shaft. Nice. So I think that's fascinating, and I would love to see more of that in games where it's just very out of context, but in a good way, where it kind of leaves you wondering more about that little story. Like, who is this guy? How did he get here? Now, there's sentinels here. Wait, why did Walk in Shadows fail? 130... Okay, hang on, let me check. No, nothing's in the chat log. Strange. What I would like, though, is if the chat log were more consistent. The chat log has a problem of... It has a problem of not staying scrolled. I don't know if I like that always visible. Yeah, so basically if I get spotted by these sentinels, they're gonna activate a trap. And it's something we've kind of already been told about, but I also just know this from having played. And we'll do a quick save, and then just... yeah. That happens. So, don't do that. And this is why I did Walk in Shadows, but I was confused by how it failed. There we go. Pass these goodies along. And then get the hell out of here. Level up? No, probably not. Yeah, we still need quite a bit more. Oh yeah, we need almost 20,000. Damn. It's okay. What does this do? Wait, did that break these sentinels? Or are they just not showing? I think we broke them. Oh, that's sick. This chest is also gone, though. What's this lady having an orgasm in the soundtrack? Okay, and then here... I think we're safe on this side. What I could try is actually... Damn. Can still try this. No. Okay. I mean, I guess it didn't have to load. That's what the fast track, or the walk in shadows is for. We could do this another way, though. So what I'm gonna do here is J-hand, cast invisibility. Oh, it's only on him, though. Okay. The next option is to teleport the chest out here. Now we've got to figure out this weight issue. Which is why I said when I do inventory management next time, we're gonna handle that. If I don't craft things, if I don't use something for crafting, we're gonna put them all in the end of time and store them. Alrighty, cool. We are good to go in that room. I don't know why I'm clicking so much.
Damnation!
Arhu!
Even a crack.
What's up, dude?
Source Hunter, you have found us. Here she is at last. Icara.
Yeah, let me just check your skill books and stuff real quick. Yo, hold up though, this robe. Hold up, Arhu. We gotta see what you got. So we have 58 armor. We have 62. Let's check this robe. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm not spending 5 grand on that though, fuck that. Nah, never mind. Alright, let's talk. What about Icara? There she is, she's trapped.
Oh, but look at her. She has been encased in ice so unyielding that none of my spells melt even a fraction of its surface. You find me at a loss. I admit it. For I've no idea what sorcery, or dare I say it, sorcery will set her free.
There has to be a way to set Icara free.
Quite so. Now that you've dealt with Boreas, you have the staff in which the other seasons lie ensnared. If you can set them free, perhaps they can break their brother's magic.
Oh, we just skipped all the dialogue, I guess. Okay.
White Witch.
woven ice too
Prisoner in
rare and
ice.
powerful for
I
mere
wonder
fun.
what sorcery, or worse,
I
sorcery
don't know how long she'll last
have to
within that
use
ice.
to get her out.
There must be a way.
A lot of stuff going on there. Okay. So this is a bit of a bust for now, I guess. Now my weapon is fucked up.
I don't know how long she'll last within that ice.
So that's a problem. But we want to go... Where was this at? I wish you could open the map up and click on something in the map to navigate to it. Yeah, we want to go here to the Elemental Forge. That's where we were told to take the staff. Also, we want to heal Scarlet because she is puffed up. Don't be slipping on that blood. Well, I slipped. Hold up. You know what time it is. Yeah, the game's auto-saving.
This entire place is splattered in blood.
Someone must really dislike Immaculate.
Away with you!
I feel bad for this guy. He's just over here like...
The void is coming.
Yeah, he's just in pain.
For me.
Ah, see, there is something back here. God damn, she's gonna be encumbered again. All that armor and stuff is heavy. Pass this on to Jahan and pass this on to Jahan. Mr. Demon Dude.
Is coming. Coming for me. Away with you, damned Reaper! Take your scythe to grain, not my soul!
What happened to you?
The bane of all life-loving souls, maniacs and their gods. The humans, they wanted Lord Boreas's great starstone, so they fashioned him a staff, the elemental staff. It makes him king, for it dethroned his brothers. So glad was he with power, yet another bane, that we were given to the humans and their knives. Stone of stars, stone of blood, accursed be.
What can you tell me about Boreas?
In his castle, in the dungeon, the fortress we built him, all he longs for is eternal winter, a season of pain and imprisonment everlasting.
I have Boreas' elemental staff. I seek to destroy it.
Oh, blissful tidings! You have slain the betrayer. Then seek no more, for you have found the forge here in this hall. Throw in the staff and it will fracture in the fire.
I'm afraid I must leave you.
Fear not like I must. Away, damned Reaper, away!
Oh, jeez. That didn't sound great. Is he gonna die now? Yeah. Yo, but you had like 300 bucks on you. Can I get that back? Or can I get that from you? I mean, you don't need it anymore, right? on with Fluids, Volume 2. If you've ever tried consuming a Gupenia mushroom, you know full well what manner of effect it will have. Most Revelonian mushrooms have some sort of effect on the human body, and their essence can be squeezed into potions to enhance their effects. Combining mushroom-based potions has similar effects.
As for the Frost King, I suppose we can't be surprised, can we? Madness befits the fiend like him. Now his purpose is nearly served. May he consume this entire dimension in his foolish delusions.
They don't know I killed him yet. Also, why she got a titty out though?
My Immaculates, your conduit will raise you to divine heights. This bloodstone has an ingress between fates, our link to the next stage of being. Never mind the last of them. The stone will suffice. I believe we've done it. Yes, its power is incomparable. As for the Frost King.
Okay, so they made a bloodstone here with all these imps they've been killing, and it's like super big dick. It's a strong bloodstone.
May he consume this entire dimension in his foolish delusions. Soon enough, my Immaculates, your conduit will raise you to divine heights. This bloodstone has an ingress between fates, our link to the next stage of being.
She just got like a titty hanging out almost. What the hell?
Last of them. The stone will suffice. Ah, Source Hunter. I had so hoped to avoid meeting you here. But perhaps we were bound to face one another. Your kind have long interfered with mine, after all.
So remember before she was talking about letting the void take everything over, and there's like no pain or suffering or anything anymore. She's one of those kind.
You must think me quite the villain, mustn't you? The things you've seen. Without the proper context, I can imagine it's all quite shocking. Horrific, even. And I suppose you must have pictured me, some bloodthirsty mad woman, intent on what, I wonder? Power? Gold? Chaos for its own wild sake?
You know what bothers me is the word chaos, because if you played Sonic Adventure 2, was it also Sonic Adventure? I think it was Sonic Adventure 2. You had the chows, and it's spelled like that, right? C-H-A-O was a chow, and then multiple are chows, but it's also the word chaos. And like that game's been like 20 years, and that game is still like fucked that word up for me.
The truth is rather less simple than the imagination would conceive.
So many imps have been slaughtered at your command. So many innocent lives lost.
Surely, the sight of a bit of blood doesn't turn your stomach, Source Hunter. No, I imagine you've become more than accustomed to such things. If only my dear Immaculates took the same approach to our great work. But it seems all too often that only the most vicious of them rise up to the required tasks. All the same, these deaths were necessary. Soon enough, the pain they suffered, and pain you have suffered, Source Hunter, will be washed away, cleansed. This is my promise to all of Rivellon.
What could the point of this death and destruction possibly be?
Death. I've nearly forgotten the meaning of the word, what it means to most. But I am no monster, Source Hunter. Like you, I have seen the living snatched so senselessly from this world, and I have mourned. But I have also discovered that weeping was senseless. Like infants, we squall, clinging to a day that is not ours to keep. Now that I know the truth, I am free. What you see as slaughter is in fact a dispassionate process. I take no more pleasure in this so-called destruction than a wave takes in the flood. What I do must be. I wish you could understand.
What use have you of bloodstones?
You know as well as I the enlightening capacity of these stones, Source Hunter. I've heard tell that you've been zapping the life from precious star stones, and that you are bolstered by the power within them. Your experiences are unique in all of Rivellon's history, but you are hardly the only player in this story. As Starstone enlightens you, its child, Bloodstone, enlightens something of my own creation.
The Immaculates call you the conduit of the goddess. Which goddess would demand such barbarism?
Barbarism. Quite a chauvinistic term to apply to something one hardly comprehends, isn't it? But I will concede, the power I intend to bring to bear upon Rivellon is no more divine than your boot. We are free agents, Source Hunter, all of us, and we own no higher power, our blood or our flesh. I have posed as a priest in service of a truth greater than any goddess could hope to be.
The Void Dragon. Are you the one compelling it closer?
So you have seen it? Yes, it's as I thought. You and I have more in common than you think. You know as well as I that the Void is coming. In fact, if I'm very precise, it's already here. But you needn't be afraid. The Void is ourselves. We are destined to rejoin it.
And you mentioned that Bloodstone enlightens something of your own creation. What sort of creation do you mean?
Tut-tut, Source Hunter. You and I both know I could hardly trust you with such information. Though if you continue stomping around in my wake, you're sure to understand soon enough.
I'll not see another innocent lost to your campaign of death. This ends now.
And here I believed I was starting to reach you. My foolish optimism bears yet another disappointment. But I do believe we agree on one particular point, Source Hunter. This does indeed end now. Enlightened ones.
Oh shit.
Heed the Void's call. Offer your souls to the demons that beckon you. Charming of Astarte to send her scouts upon me, but no matter. The Bloodstone is mine, and the witch cannot be saved.
And she fucks off. Got it. That's what I was waiting to see. Can I possibly get both of them? I don't think so. So my best bet is actually going to be this, I think. And then if I want to hit both, I can do a whirlwind. Perfect. Now over here, I gotta be careful. See, I don't know if arrow spray will work. Okay, I'm gonna load if this doesn't work. Because I don't know if the slope is gonna break it or not, and I'm not gonna waste my turn on something garbage like that. Okay, it's fine. That fool's dead. What a loser. And same thing here, I can't get both of them. So let's do this. That's perfect. And then let's do a whirlwind over here. Damn! And I want to see if I can blind that one. Nope. Then let's try to... Okay, what's a higher chance? 140 versus 145. Bitter Cold is a higher chance. Ah, we failed. He only had a 43% chance. Come on, walk away. No. Yeah, walk away. Get fucked. go. He hit the shit out of Medora. Okay, can I do that? Well, let's fuck him up. You know what, let's see if we could trip him again. Oh yeah, this is done. We win. Oh, Medora's a little bit too far. Let's see if I can get this heal off on her now. Yeah, perfect.
Starstone, another piece of ourselves, perverted toward Leandra's will.
Wait, why? Oh, because of the Bloodstone, right. I was confused. I thought he meant with us having to kill the demons. I'm like, yo, these were Immaculates that turned into demons. I don't think that perverted us. So he's referring to the Starstones are pieces of us, basically. And then by turning them into Bloodstones, they are being perverted. And for some reason, it's making me pick Scarlet's choice. So we're gonna say... Soon she'll have desecrated our very souls. We've got to end this, and soon.
Soon she'll have desecrated our very souls. We've got to end this, and soon.
See, I'm torn. I don't know which one to pick. Nothing she can do could shake our identities. We're source. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Nothing Leandra might do could shake our identities. We are source hunters. Our job is to destroy that which would harm Rivellon.
Materialistic and spiritual. Uh-oh. Fuck. So that fucked me up. And... she's gonna just keep Lore Master. Okay. Yeah, that neutralized my bonus. Shadow Essence. Oh. What's he want to talk about? Why is it orange? It's usually yellow, right?
Has been conclusively proven, Source Hunter. The Immaculates are nothing more than vile servants of demons. They must perish to a man. We must show no mercy. Be they any exponent of human nature, man or woman, fair or foul, sweet or savage, they must all be put to the sword without exception. Blood begets blood. Demons beget death.
These Immaculates are humans still. That means some may yet repent, some may be forgiven.
It displeases me greatly that we do not seem to steer the same course. A course plotted in blood that cleaves through a scarlet sea.
Scarlet says, I agree that we shouldn't show any mercy at all if there's a call for it. We are not the butchers they are. What? That wording's confusing me. Don't show any mercy if there is call for it. Okay, I think... yeah. I think I get it. It's basically saying, if they leave us no choice, then don't show mercy. Right? I don't know. It displeases me greatly that we do not... yeah, okay.
Mercy misguides you, Hunter. For what happens to the clement predator? It starves. No. Better to steer my straightforward course. The course of the sword aimed at the heart of all that is demon-aligned.
So I noticed the Bloodstone's mysteriously missing, right? Just noped out with that. Force field bypass spell. I think that's for the, probably for the front gate of the castle, but we found our own way in. And then that deactivated the force field. No! Encumbered Medora. By giving her a grenade, of all things. What's she carrying? Yeah, she's got a lot of heavy shit. Hand these off to Jehen. We're so close to leveling up. We might, with the Elemental Forge here. Select 2 ingredients. We have the Elemental Forge and... Wait, because he... Is it miscellaneous? This is a pain finding it. I might have to hand it over. Because who's carrying it? You? Oh, this is the fun part. Let's do latest added. The fuck is that? Oh, the bow kit. Where was the bow kit? I'm trying to remember. Alright, we should be close-ish to it. Is that it? Elemental staff, yeah. Let's move this over. I want to be the one to do it to go into dialogue if I can possibly control that. I'm not sure if I can. Nice. Level up.
And who is this?
What?
Can it be that a frail mortal human faced and bested our own scheming Boreas?
Okay, I think I might want to buy those. Oh, they're too expensive. No, I'm gonna hold off. Yeah. A frail mortal human faced and bested Boreas. Yes, we did.
But this is no mortal, I see. Strange you take the guise of a source hunter. But I shall of course honor your chosen form. Indeed, I suppose I should have expected that one of your kind would snare our brother sooner or later.
Interesting. So you see some special-ish going on, don't you?
Boreas always did dance uncomfortably close to the dark arts. But I suppose the others of we elemental monarchs thought it better not to interfere in the affairs of his realm. No, like fools, we waited for his pride, his hunger for more and ever more power, to pull us from our own seats of safety and into his sordid storm. We, and with us all the subjects of the realm of Faery, do owe you our lives, Source Hunter. If, no, not if, but when, we might be of assistance to you in this dimension, you must call upon me personally.
And who are you?
I am King Sewer of the Summer Kingdom of Calvia, brother, alongside the other elemental monarchs, to the unfortunate and insane Boreas. In earlier days, we ruled the 4 realms of Faery in relative peace, each of us the master of our own kingdom. But something changed in Boreas. He grew darker somehow, more than was typical of his usual melancholy. We worried, yes, but chose not to intervene. Boreas was the Lord of Hiberheim, and it was his right to rule it as he pleased. When our brother called the elemental seats to convene in Hiberheim, we were ecstatic. Boreas seemed again interested in the joint rule of Faery, and upholding the long-established diplomacy of our lands. When we arrived, however, it was not Boreas who greeted us, but a dark figure. A woman with a stare like blackest fire. In her staff she held a demonic power, the likes of which I've never felt. And as we were sucked into its depths, we thought we'd never see the light of Faery again.
I found the White Witch, but she's trapped in ice. Actually, no, first let's go. You say it was a woman who trapped you. What do you know about her?
I listened closely when I could to Boreas' doings. From what I could tell, it seems this woman had little contact with our deranged brother after the initial exchange of the staff. From what I could tell, the arrangement was thus. She gave him us, contained, and in return he gave her access to his great star stone, and scores of imps he'd invited to Hiberheim. After that, the two parted, and I heard little more of the woman. In his fits of madness, Boreas would sometimes bellow abuse about the demon woman. I can only assume he meant the same who trapped us.
I found the White Witch, but she's trapped in ice. Can you help me free her?
Hunter, it would be my sincerest honor. Take this rune and use it to summon me when you're near the witch once more. If she can be extracted from Boreas' ice, I'll find a way to make it so.
I'll take my leave.
Well, that's settled that, isn't it? We best be on our way then. The spring and autumn kingdoms won't rule themselves, you know. May our paths cross soon, Source Hunter.
Cool. He still hangs out.
Our champion has returned. Have you yet determined how I might repay my debt? It would be an honor to assist the soul who dared to slay the King of Winter.
Okay, we got level up stuff to do, which also opens up an opportunity to go back to town finally. Do some inventory management. We don't yet have a talent, so not much to do on that front. Can't level up bow right now. One day I should get arrow thurge. Would be nice. I could put a point into... Could put it... Yeah, it would cost 2 points into charisma, which would definitely help me. That would help me win things more frequently. Let's do it. I think it's going to be useful. Now, as for this, Constitution affects max action points. Yeah. Let's put a point in Constitution. Let me think about one thing real quick. Shit, hang on, let me think about something. I'm trying to remember how a mechanic works. Let me double check something. I'm gonna message somebody about this because I'm not 100% certain about something. And I'm not going to wait on their reply, but I just really need to confirm this because it's bothering me. So give me just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I think I might hold off on anything else here. I do think I want to go Constitution, but I'm going to think about it a little bit longer. And over here, we have 5 points. And we've not maxed out Man of Arms. We have maxed out Two-Handed. Did I say Man of Arms or Man at Arms? We're gonna max out Man at Arms. And that's just, you know, it's something I never have to worry about again now. So that's perfectly fine with me. All of this is affected by strength, so higher strength helps the cooldowns and such. I think I would like to put... Oh man, it's tough though. It is tough because them action points be feeling good when you get them. So I could do speed. So turn action points is just speed. Start action points is speed and perception. So turn action points is a little bit better. This is going to be a fun tag. When I'm doing chapters for the videos, it's going to be like, I'm leveling up for like 30 minutes, just skip this. So I have to say, one of the reasons I'm planning this out so carefully, or thinking so much about this, is because we'll probably we might be able to squeak out level 22, but that's really tough. We'll probably hit level 21. That's going to be our max level. So we don't have a lot left. And you really don't want to be wasting your points, basically. So, as good as strength is, I'm really thinking a lot about that speed. Because the turn action points is bothering me. If it costs 4 AP to do an attack, then we can only do 1 attack in a turn. If we do this, let's YOLO it, let's do it. Now we can do 2 attacks in a turn every time, basically, unless it costs more than 4 AP. Now she's got a boost on speed, which is why she's been able to do that. But I'm thinking I'm going to give her the same. And that's actually going to help her out a lot more. But this is going to be her base speed now. Is going to be up to 9. So she'll have the same benefit. as for this two-handed, is there man-at-arms? Let's max it out. Yeah, let's do it. And then what else would she want? Probably armor specialist. It makes the armor rating go up and reduces the penalty for using heavy armor. So we'll start putting some points into armor specialist as well. And that's something that Scarlet's going to be doing. Just their points are a little bit skewed from each other. Oh! Intelligence is maxed. Nice. Okay, so then I think for Jahan... See, this is tough. Turn action points versus start. Okay, so no, start does get affected by speed. So let's do speed first. This is going to be 6. Does this get him up to 7 per turn? No, it's still 6. That's fine. And then the question here is, which one of these would I want to max out first? Hydrosophist or Aerothurge? Let's say Aerothurge. Yeah, let's say Aerothurge. Alright, that's beautiful. That's perfect. Now, as for me, still mentally debating and thinking about this a little bit. And I think I want to do the Constitution route. And I did get a response a minute ago, so let me check that. Okay, yeah. He's not entirely sure of what I was asking. I mean, he is, but he's not. He doesn't really have the answer. Okay, so that's good for leveling, which now means we should go back to town. Go ahead and take care of all the shopping and inventory management fun stuff that we always do. But this is going to be a fun one because I'm going to do some extra stuff too, so this is going to be like the next 30 minutes probably. I mean, selling items and stuff, I've got that down to a pretty good science. We run through it pretty quickly. Yo, that bird there just changed how it looked. Rewind that shit on YouTube. It was like flat and then it was weird.
Before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
So the first thing I'm going to do here is actually scoot over... Okay, I don't have any other unidentified equipment, I don't think, so...
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
It's looking decent. Never mind. I just looked at what I was comparing it to, and I was like, never mind. Mine's still significantly better. So we'll do the usual. We'll just identify everything, and I'll quickly sell everything that I know we don't want, like shields, or pretty much any non-enchanted things. Sell that, because we know that's not going to be something I use at this point. Dude, we're getting some good belts and stuff though. There's some good belts, some good rings. Yeah, come on, a strength ring, we might have to pass that on. We might need to use that. Alright, hopefully I didn't miss anything. So, as I said, we're going to sell every non-enchanted thing. Even if it does have better stats. We want to go for the good-ish. See, like, yeah, this is good. We're gonna have to check out. We're gonna have to compare some stuff. I don't think I want to use that sarong. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm not gonna use it. The cool thing is these snow boots make us immune to slipping, but we just made it through like all of Hiberheim without... I didn't even put nails on my boots. I was probably going to, because I kept talking about it being a mechanic, and I just never saw the need. Let's see, that's a one-handed... Antique yew longbow. Nope. We'll double check this bow, but I don't think we're gonna use it. You know, we don't want crossbows and arbalests. Yeah, that's way weaker. See, all the shit I've already sold here. That makes it so much easier to manage the inventory. And I know I'm not going to use any of that, so that's the way to do this shit. Because now I come in here, we'll sell these nuts. Probably not going to use those two-handed weapons, but I'll hold on to them just in case. Because I really do need to check Medora's weapons to be 100% certain. Alrighty, it's time. Let's hop in here, let's sort. Okay, so what is your belt? 2 initiative. I don't care about the skill so much. Yeah, I actually don't care so much for this belt. The lockpicking is okay, but we have other lockpicking belts. That's worth more money. Now see, this I like. They're not even strength boots. But they give initiative. And then I think Medora's boots are kind of crappy. Actually, they're not bad. But these are strength boots. They're good armor and they increase her movement, so we'll pass that along. Let's check her weapon. 117 to 189. We'll sell Brachus's axe now. Yeah, there's no other two-handed weapons I care about. Let's pass on all these wands so we can do some sorting with Jehan. Now, as for my stuff, what is this? Why is this so crappy? What's going on, Wolf Tongue? I mean, I actually do know the answer to that. Alright, so this is strength. I guess I'll pass it to Medora. It says rating is 54, so this is slightly better. Let's just compare them though. Immunity to fear is pretty good. Take the slight loss in health. Let's compare some wands. $46 to $76. These are the two best air wands. Except, I like that more. So let's... The damages are close enough, so let's do these. Let's keep those air ones.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And then fire 35 to 58. This one's clearly better. And this can set muted, does immolation. We'll swap that. Alright, helmet time. 29 armor. What is this? 39, nope. 37, nope. Okay, now, see, now you got me thinking. 24 armor with 1 leadership. I'd say it's worth it. Okay, now what's going on here? You know, we're gonna replace the telekinesis ring with the strength ring that I got. Perception is good. Constitution is good, though. She has 2 points in Lore Master. We need to swap one of those. We'll get her some Constitution. Dexterity and pickpocketing. Alright, I'm gonna pass that one along. Now, what is Jahan wearing? Movement and intelligence and movement. None of that's really speaking to me. Do I have a lockpicking belt? I do. Alright, we can sell all of these belts. We can sell probably these rings. I think I've looked at all the boots, haven't I? Actually, no, hold up. 21. Hold up, I got some shitty shoes. I don't care so much about the sneaking, so let's go with these. Let's put these on. Actually, I can't. They're strength. Shit. These I can. They're slightly better. Why did I just hand those to myself? So what are these? Bracers. I think Medora had shitty bracers, right? Yeah, we don't need the blacksmithing and crafting. Oh, a charisma amulet. No, I'm not going to be using that right now. But that would be nice to hold. I could put the amulet and the panties in there. What? Hold on. There we go. I don't remember what that buffalo amulet does. It's something special, though.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Defensive? Okay, what are my bracers? Oh, yeah, we're gonna swap these bracers out. Hold up. And it gives me dexterity, so that's perfect for me. Alright, am I good now? Everybody got some better equipment? Jahan, you need some better shoes? It's 21 armor rating. You got some non-strength shoes? I just passed some over. But they were... Yeah. Okay. We'll sell these items off. I think we're good to go.
What do you have? I got white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
It's always so much to process, though. And he has about 4,000, so we gotta pay attention to that before I sell too much. Yeah, see, it's like, that looks cool, but it's kind of shitty. It looks like it has a lot, but I know I have better defense than that. Oh, we definitely sold too much. Let's get that back. Let's get that back. Alright, let's go to the next vendor. Alright, Mr. Painter Bro.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Yeah, it's a decent belt, but it doesn't work for us. We don't use shields. We already have lockpicking belts. Actually, I think I want to hold on to one of these because I don't know if I had a lockpicking belt that I was keeping. Is this telekinesis and movement? Yeah, we'll sell it. And we'll take that little loss in money because it'll make his attitude towards us go up. Also, did I just sell something that I wanted, though? Let's double check. No, these are still good. Perfect. And let's make sure... Maybe I did have a lockpicking belt. No. Actually, I did. Well, whatever. We have two now. We'll sort this bag one day. And speaking of this bag... Yeah, I don't know. 72 to 124 damage versus... Oh yeah, mine's better. But now we gotta check the shops and stuff to see if there's anything I want to buy.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
Let's take this as a chance to repair everything.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I don't mind spending a few extra bucks on this. Now we can sell the bow and yeah, I'll sell that. I'll get rid of this extra hammer we don't need. Now let's see if there's a better bow here for me.
What sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver?
That's gonna be a no.
Get to the point.
Let's check this armor out. Nope. So it is better, but I don't really want to lose the speed and the movement and stuff. Like the armor I have right now is really good.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Hey, it's a quiet day on the market.
This batch is only hours from the sea.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
It sure does seem to be a quiet day on the market. Bet she's gonna say it again.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Called it. Okay, we gotta find out why I am too heavy now. We got a lot of stuff we gotta do here. Still gonna be a few minutes. So this is gonna be a whole ass chapter on the YouTube video of just me doing all this, getting it out of the way, because I've been putting it off. I have a reason that I'm passing all this to Scarlet. This is gonna make the next part easier. It's gonna encumber her most likely. Maybe not. But we are giving her a lot of things. Yeah, no, this is the part where she gets encumbered, because this is 60. This is 80, yeah. Alright, we're gonna hand those back to Medora, but that part's fine. That part's a-okay, it's not a problem. What's in this bag? Nothing?
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Yeah, why am I encumbered? Let's sort by weight. We have some skulls, there's some animal hides, more skulls. Let's hand these bombs off. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, we can use the fire rune to summon the that elemental to help us out. Okay, and I think the problem we're running into here with weight is that it's just so many items that it's starting to become a problem. So yeah, we're gonna take care of this. Let's go to the end of time. The first thing I'm actually gonna do is let's sort by type again. Let's take Evelyn's bag and we're gonna dictate that as like my book bag. So basically, I'm just gonna put all these books that are weighing me down in this bag if I don't see a use to keep it on me. Like, we don't need Nick's diary anymore. And they're just making my, they're cluttering up my inventory, right? Robert's Ledger. Oh, that's the Mortician. Yeah, and I remember that. What is this diary? Yep, and who was Reginald? What was this about? Yeah, that's the guy that had Nick, that had the talking head. See, we're reliving memories. Elemental mine experiment. Evelyn's diary, I don't think is going to be useful now that she's dead. I don't think we really need it for much. I mean, we could use it as evidence for something, but who are we going to accuse? Like, who are we going to... why would we even bring that up at this point? Same with Theleron there. Couple imp maintenance diaries. Now, what is this tattered diary? That's, yeah, that's Icara's diary, I believe, but we don't need it. Statue. That's the very first diary or book or anything we got in the game, isn't it? Gravekeeper Ragequin. Tend the graves in the antechamber before moving into the inner rooms. To proceed, stand very close to the impressed door and press the button that appears on its right-hand side. Is that... Oh, that scared me. Is that from the tutorial dungeon? Is Ragequin the boss from the tutorial dungeon? These are our orders from the beginning of the game. I don't think we need those anymore. Charlene's letter about her brother, and she's convinced that he's still alive. It's kind of sad. Alright, we want to keep the dusty parchment. We don't need the pyramid manual. And we do want to keep this, because whoever's carrying these papers, we can, yeah, we can pass by through some orcs or something, because Gertilda was like the leader of the orcs. And then Garkulda's order, is that her name? Garkulda? Yeah, Garkulda's orders. This is the one that said Meridino has a cave with a starstone or bloodstone. It says bloodstones, yeah. As well as the goblins. Their idol has a bloodstone in it, so I don't need to keep that. We'll get those. Barrier removal spell. We'll hold off on that. Velana's orders. Cultist spell, force field bypass, reveal spell. See, inventory is going to be so much cleaner after all this. It's a bit of a pain having to do this, but it's going to be worth it. And then by order of Arius, do all that. We don't need that. Pontius's note, we don't need that. What are these orders? I do hate that so many items are just called orders. Because you have to explicitly read most of them to find out what they are. Two curious parchments. Stuff about Meridino. Before stream earlier, I was time-stamping, putting chapters on some of my YouTube videos. Hold on, reanimation serum. You got 2 hastily scribbled notes. King Crab Inn, Mortician, Evening. The second reads Esmeralda, Evening. Interesting. Now, oh yeah, I was adding timestamps on those videos, and I skipped into a part where I was reading dialogue from, or I was reading a book or something. It was like the very beginning of the game. No, that doesn't feel right. Whatever it was, doesn't matter. It was a book about, I remember it was about like cooking pizza or something. And it's like for the cooking tips for the bachelor or whatever. And it's like for the civilized bachelor, place it in the oven. For the feral bachelor, cook it over a fire. And I think that book was actually like Meridino's cooking tips or something. I think that's who the book was by. That's the only reason I wanted to bring that up. I just thought it was interesting. Let's kind of mix these up amongst the other characters a bit. Probably not for Jehen, which is why I'm not handing any to Jehen. Because he has magic that can do a lot of those effects. Alright, and now that we've done that, just thought of something. We need level 15 and we can learn Rain of Arrows, which is the main thing I'm waiting on now. In terms of expert marksman. Check this out though, our inventory is so... I mean, it's still cluttered, but it's so much better. Now here's another one that I really need to go through, is the keys. We have so many keys, and there's no way we're ever gonna... We don't need most of them, let's be honest. Most of them we've already used. Tavern key, we don't need that anymore. There's a lot of items here that are gonna be worthless, basically. So... I don't know when I'm gonna go over the keys, but that's not right now. So we didn't change my weight yet because this bag is still on me. The bag weighs 14.54. So the next thing we want to do is it this? No. It must be this one over here. We want to head back to the chamber. The inner chamber. And then the bedroom in there is where we can drop off this bag. Actually, there's another way to do it. Check this out. If I go to Evelyn's bag, I can say send to Homestead. And now I think this is my room. And here it is. Look at that. So that dipped my weight down to 77.69. Much better. And now this is something I've been able to do all along since we unlocked the homestead. And I've considered doing it for the ingredients here, because we could do that with like the iron bars, which are, they're not too bad. Like the metal scraps, the logs are pretty bad. I've considered doing that, but I wanted to wait until I organized it a little bit more before doing it. And so I'll probably end up with a similar situation here by the time we're done with this in the next half hour or something. I'll probably end up with a similar situation where we have a bag full of crafting ingredients. But the next step that we're going to do is we're going to come in here. And I am finally going to check out a little bit of crafting. Crafting strim. And in order to do that, we're going to dismiss Jehen.
Do you now? Yours is this mistake to make, Hunter. And yours is the opportunity to set it right. Until then, I shall reside at the end of time among imps.
Why you gotta be so bigoted? So now we can pick up either of these other characters, Bear Daughter or Wolgraff. Why is Wolgraff hurt? Hold up. Let's help him out. He's only level 4, but he's gonna level up with us. I'm thinking about who I wanna make my crafting mule. I mean, we could do Wolgraff. Why is he hurt? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He can be my crafting mule. I used Bear Daughter last time. This time it's gonna be Wolgraff.
You call to Wolgraff. He awaits your queries. A wide smile showing all teeth and gums
He leveled up.
the rogue's face as he gathers his belongings and prepares to join you once more. He's as ready as ever.
I feel bad. I actually want to use Wolgraff sometime. Next time I play, I'm going to use Wolgraff. Because he seems really excited and he loves Source Hunters. He wants to help us. And we haven't got there yet. It'll be obvious when we get there. But I know what part of, like, there's going to be a specific part where it's very obvious that that's where we would get his voice back. as his quest line. But I've never done that. I think he's the only companion I haven't really used. I think it would be good to do on my next playthrough. I'm going to force that to happen. So if we look now, he has 7 points here, and he has 24 points here. So the first thing I want to do actually is a scientist, a bonus point in blacksmithing and crafting. We're going to give him scientist. And all skilled up. Do we have bigger and better already? No. Where is that? Do we need something else for it? Am I blind? There it is. Oh, we're out of talents. Already? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We got the ability points, which is what I needed most. I'm glad I did it in that order. Okay, so this is going to be expensive though. But it's good because it only costs us 1 because it's not accounting for the bonus from scientist. So instead of costing me 2 points to get up to level 2, it's only going to cost me 1. And one could argue, actually, one should argue, hang on. Let's be smart about this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go into my bag. And we have crafting and blacksmithing. Alright, we have crafting, those, and we have blacksmithing that. Yeah, that's the best move. So he should be able to equip both of those, right? Okay, now he has 4 on both. And as long as we keep that equipped, he has max. If there's no reason you'll ever want it that high. So there we go. 5 is max, but you can just boost it higher. So there we have it. Beautiful. Scarlet just slowly dying. She'll never actually die, because it doesn't until your vitality reaches 1. Okay, so now with all that done, we can make him stronger. If we know we're not going to be using him, I'm going to give him a lot of strength. This pretty much solidifies that he's just going to be a mule, unfortunately. But what this means is that we could actually go to personality. Bartering. We could do that, make him better. We can't do charisma though. Charisma is only for your main characters, I guess, because your party members like this, they can't actually do full dialogue. They can do trading and stuff though. But if he's going to be a bit of a mule, it makes sense to give him bartering as well. See, this is how we play this shit now. We make sure he could do all the good crafting. Now, we have a problem in that he doesn't have all the ingredients, though. I thought it shared inventory. I thought we looked at it one time and it seemed to be sharing inventory. That's okay, though. We're gonna send everything to Wolgraff, basically. See how even the cups and stuff are listed as ingredients, which is why I collect them. So just bear with me for a little bit while we send things over and have our master crafter here do some work. Now there's no way we're going to use all of these things anytime soon, but what we are going to do is we're going to get started here with some crafting. There are some specific recipes that I want to try to make right now, and we'll see if I end up making any other things as well, but some specific recipes will allow us to get a bit more money, and we can kind of press on from there. Okay, see, this is why I gave him strength, though, because those metal scraps, stuff like that, is heavy. These are blank scrolls, so we'll pass the blank ones on. I don't know what that Joshua's spice is, but I'm gonna hold on to it myself. Same with the Golden Grail. I need to macro this exact movement. So then I move my mouse into position and then just hit a macro button to do right click, send to Wolgraff. It doesn't work if you move that far down, though. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're making progress. We're gonna have to do this again with Scarlet and a little bit with Medora. The scope is gonna be useful, but I don't remember how to use it, and I don't want to. That's something I'm gonna have to think about and maybe even look up how it works, because I think depending on when you use that, it matters because you only get one. Or it might be possible to get more, actually, but it's very, very rare, if I'm not mistaken. There's like a guaranteed one, and then it's very difficult to get another one. I think that might be how it works. Look at my weight having dropped down to 64 there. And this is going to be great for Scarlet, because now she's going to be able to carry a lot more stuff. It's going to be a lot harder for her to be over encumbered as easily when we go out there in the field and start picking stuff up. By the way, if you thought I was joking, I say half an hour. It's already been like, I think 10 minutes since the last time I said that. I think we're gonna be in for a bit of a session here on doing this shit, but hey, I'll put it off for long enough. To me, it's not worth doing this until you actually get to the end of time, but I waited quite a bit once we got here. We want that ooze barrel. That alone really, really helps him out. Or not helps. Shit, it helps Scarlet out. But I was gonna say that ooze barrel, there's a very good reason I've been carrying it, and it's not to throw it at people and do stuff. We're gonna see that one in a few minutes. Look at Scarlet's encumbered, it's down to almost 100 now. And we still got a few to send over. Actually, what is this? That's 5 right there. Yeah, it's gonna be lower than 100. That's amazing. I wonder if he's going to be over encumbered throughout this. He probably will be once we go to Medora and start sending over the heavier stuff that Medora's carrying. That's pretty much a guarantee. But I wonder if Scarlet's going to encumber him. We're almost done. Send over that bow kit. So on the topic of those kits, we can go back and grab the actual base weapons. Hot topics. What? Why does she get one? We had 2 of those? Why is it a recipe? Or why is it an ingredient? Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, had sex. Let's pass over the sword, the axe, the base, or the staff and the bow. And let's pass over this hand axe, these branches, repair hammer maybe, buckets. Buckets actually are used in crafting because you could put them in wells, for instance, to fill them up with water. And I know I have stuff too. I don't know what's faster in terms of dragging or clicking through the menus. I don't know what I like more. Give him that dagger. The shears. What is this bootleg cloth cap? Why do I have it? Okay, he's still not encumbered. It's impressive. Alright, see now... Now my encumbrance is way down. Inventory's still pretty cluttered, but we're getting somewhere. We do got a bloodstone. Got some star pebbles. I don't know if we can combine those into a starstone or not, but that'd be pretty cool. So I might want to look into that. A fake dagger. We still have that. Alright, cleaner inventories. Perfect. Now, how is his ish looking? Okay. He has 200 of 250. So one of these is 80. Yeah, it's brutal. And this is 60. I have a plan for how we can handle that. Yeah, the plan to handle the ore is we can actually take that to a forge, and there's a free forge we can use in Sicil. So that's going to be our easiest, our best bet. Alrighty. Couldn't fit all that. It was not letting me type anymore, so we're gonna call it inventory sorted, even though it's mostly sorted. Now let's take a look here at the crafting. Now that he has all the goodies. The first thing I want to do is go and get the ooze barrel and this. And we're going to say combine. And there we have it, a poisoned arrowhead. Now, if I go to recipes and say arrows, no, objects, how does it work? Where is it? Poisoned arrowhead is a potion. Do I have to click through all of them? I thought we could do multiple. Whatever. Ah, there's how we do it. So, I don't know how many I have. So let's say I want to make... Let's say I make 60 of these. And now... Let's go back in here. Oh, we gotta go to experiment. Which we're already in. I don't know why I clicked it. We'll go to ingredients, and we'll take... So look at the poison cloud is worth 120. Poisoned arrowhead... Oh no, 5 of them are worth 120. Let's split that. And let's split one of those. Let's compare it. So that's worth 12, and this is worth 24. Okay. And then let's double check the price of the arrows, because if I remember right, making poison cloud arrows is one of the tricks. I remember doing a lot with ooze barrels and arrowheads. So let's see, 24 versus 48. The price is equal. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I remember making those. It's fine though. We'll keep working with it. So the arrow shaft, they're worth 1 each. Arrowheads are worth 1 each. So what we do see here is that so we'll need 2 arrowheads, so that's worth 2. And we just dip both of those in the ooze barrel to make the poisoned arrowhead, and we combine 2 poisoned arrowheads to make a poison cloud. And then we smush them onto the arrow shaft. So it's 3 gold, and then we can sell it for much, much more than what we actually spent. That's the point. If that makes sense. So we gotta go back here into potions, and I'm gonna make 10 more of these because we want an even amount. Actually, we already had 5, so this will make 40. Let's make 5 more. This will have us up to 50 poisoned arrowheads. And then an experiment. Oh, I think I might have counted that wrong. No, I think we're good. Wait, am I wrong? Am I failing right now? I thought this is what we did. Oh, it is. Good. So we need like 1 more, basically. Is this in potions as well? Or is it in arrows? Yeah, I don't know why that's listed there. That's bootleg. Make all of these that we can. So that's 1128, and we basically spent nothing on it when you factor in how cheap they actually are. Recipes, let's make 1 more of these. Poisoned arrowhead. Let's make a poison cloud arrowhead. And then an experiment. Let's get that, and let's get that. If we click too fast, it just breaks. Okay. Let's swap that. Let's make the silver. Any of these that only have a few, I'm just going to click through them rather than bulk creating. See, now we're getting somewhere. Right now we want to go back into recipes. We got a shit ton of arrows that we can make. So, like fire arrow. Make them all. Explosive, make them all. Boom, and this is crafting. This is how we do it. I'm not going to do that right now. There's something else we can do. I'm not going to make arrow shafts. That's kind of a waste of a branch, and branches are a little hard to get a hold of. And arrow shafts are cheap. Steam cloud, let's do it. Got a bunch of random stuff. Bone dust, moon dust, quill, stardust. I don't know that I need any of that right now, so let's just kind of, you know, hold off on that. Yeah, we're gonna hold off on all that too. Next up, let's go to the equipment, and let's take the Adventurer's Sword and ingredients. I don't know if I got the sword. So let's say axe kit with the axe. And now we've leveled it up so it does more damage. The staff kit. Is it this one? Now we don't use staves, so it doesn't really matter, but it's fine. And the bow. The bow is actually pretty decent, but I think we still outdamage that right now. We'll need another part for the bow. And so we got a shit ton of arrows we get to pass back over to me. As far as experimenting goes, let's take an eye and an empty potion bottle. Made a large perception potion, and look how much that's worth. 563, huh? Yeah, like that's absurd. It's worth so much. Next, I'll take a potion bottle, and we don't have a lot of Drudene. How much do we have? It's not sorted for some reason. I know we have more than one, unless I forgot to pass some over here. I know we've picked up more. There it is at the top. This one's worth 2. These are worth 2 as well. They just didn't stack. Okay, whatever. I don't know what this makes, so let's find out. Poison resistance potion. Not super exciting. I'd be tempted to put some more eyes. Get some more potions there. Does this work? No, I think an antler does, though. I think we can... I don't know why, but I think an antler can be put in a potion bottle. No? Okay, then what do we do? Animal hide. So, yeah, there's ways to make, like, armor and stuff that I'd like to look at. See, we're getting somewhere with all this, though. This is my kind of shit now. Yeah, we'll pass over the poison clouds. So, I think I want to make the rest of the poison cloud arrows that I can. Poisoned arrowhead, let's do it. Let's make all of them. Actually, the question is, let me take a look at the difference between the two real quick. Because I'll keep a few. So Poison Cloud does a bunch of piercing damage. This does poison damage. 64 to 110. This does way more damage. And it sets poison. But it makes a cloud versus this makes like a pool, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna say we want to go with the big dick. We want to go with the poison clouds. I think they're better. Even though I don't think I've used a poison arrow at all in the game. Wait, I can make more? Oh, because I can only make a stack of 50 at once. Yeah. Now we can make poison cloud arrows. And now you see why I've been buying all this stuff. Pass them on to Shoggoth. You know what? I just realized he has a scroll. Let's hand that over. He doesn't need it, right? And he doesn't need... Wait, why didn't we use these? Hang on. Yeah, why didn't I use that? Because it was just a single one and it slipped past me. I'm gonna hold on to that poisoned arrowhead. I think what I am gonna do is I'm gonna put these eyes in here and I'm gonna make a few more of these potions. And let's take a look at random things that I can make. Speed potion, what is that? The Fanny Blossom? Okay, let's do it. Fanny Blossom and... Okay. What does that get us? It's worth 563 as well, it's 3 speed. For 3 turns. That's pretty good, it's worth a lot. Augmenter, I know what that does. Oh, that reminds me, you know what we need to do? First of all, let's try the Earth Tongue Mushroom. Earth Resistance, okay. Not the most exciting. Fly Agaric, is that poison? It is. Bluegill Mushroom. Water Resistance. Penny Bun is health, right? And it's a medium healing potion. That's pretty sexy. Let's go to recipes, because I don't want to keep clicking that. And I kind of just want to make all of them. Is there a reason not to? Oh, shit. Okay, so now we have... Let's take a minor healing potion. And an augmenter. Check this out. It makes a medium. Minor healing potions kind of suck though. Let's take a medium and an augmenter. And guess what? It makes a large. So a large heals 50%, medium is 30. The problem is augmenters are rare. I don't want to burn all of my augmenters right now, because we might have other uses for them. So I'm going to hold off on using any more of those at the moment. What I'm curious about is... I didn't try this one, did I? Fire resistance. He has a cloth cap too. Leather scraps are interesting. Do I have to split it? Do I just combine 2 sets of leather scraps? What do I do? No. Oh, there's a trick. I don't know what it is. Recipes. I think it's armor, right? So... Homemade shield. We could do that. You can straight up make armor from scratch. Tea, herbs. Making a wand might be alright, but I don't want to make... Oh, right, that's how you get branches. Hold on. Take logs. It doesn't matter what order you put them in, I just have a way I like to do it. You take logs, and you take a knife, right? We'll see. No, we got a wooden stake. A hand axe. Got wood chips 9. Did that give me another branch though? I think it did, yeah. It gave me 2 branches, yeah. Okay. Now see, this is valuable because, first of all, it's a level 11 branch, which is goofy. It does 81 to 121 damage. If we go look at the other ones, like a level 1 branch, it does it's a different branch. It's goofy. Wonder what I could do with Whisper Wood. Small magical armor potion, got it. And we could use an augmenter on that, I'm sure. Cloth scraps, we can make stuff with that too. We can make robes. I think we need thread and cloth scraps, maybe? Oh, we made a wooden figurine. Not really what I wanted, okay. So you just gotta figure this stuff out or look it up. Here are the nails that I was talking about we could put in our shoes to prevent slipping. Is there any way I can... Where did they go? I just saw them. If I split this, is there any way... I think I tried this once before, but... I don't know... Yeah. Wouldn't it be cool if we can get another Starstone like that? There might actually be something, I don't know. Okay. Let's sort. Let's hand these off. So we can actually use them. Source Hunter's bow. Why does he have that? We didn't make a bow. He has a shitty cap. We'll hand that off. We have some arrows to hand... Oh, we have an arrow to hand off. We have a lot of potions to hand off. Yep. Actually, I think I want to keep some of this on him. It's just 7,200. We made so many. I don't think I'm going to sell... I might sell a few, because we have so many. Yeah, he actually can be our seller sometimes. Because of his high bartering. We can check it out. Okay. Now the next step would be to go back to Syceal and check out what this stuff would sell for. Yeah, we've been doing this for a hot minute. This is the kind of thing I was doing... First of all, that's a lot of setup, getting Wolgraff ready. And doing all the inventory sorting. It won't be as bad once he's set up and once we're ready. But that initial setup is pretty painful. But this is the kind of thing I was doing... I mentioned this before, but last time when I played this game with a friend, between sessions, because we were playing it like Friday, Saturday, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I don't remember. During the week, especially like there was a week where I was working from home, and there was a week where it was planning, like a not release planning, but like quarterly planning cycle basically. And there's this like a week of nothing but meetings. I had this game running on the side, and every time the shop's refreshed, it's like, let's do crafting again. We were rolling with like 200,000 gold, or maybe 200,000 each. I don't remember. We had a lot of money. We were in good shape. So let's take a look here at the fish vendor. Does she have money or not? She did get money back, so the shops have reset. Perfect. So now what we would do here is sort by value. Actually, no, what we would do first is go here into the magical items. And we don't need this many arrows, do we? So we'll split half of that. Boom. All of those arrows, go ahead and sell them, buddy. Let's see. She has no opinion on him. So this will be 1150. Let's try that with Scarlet real quick and see if it would actually be better. The bartering might have been a waste.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty.
It's slightly better.
3, 11?
Just barely. So what that tells me is that with Wolgraff here, if we make the vendors like him a little bit, which we can do that, then he'll be making more money. So we should stick with Wolgraff. Wait, did I not hand them back over? Hang on. So we need to make sure to give a little bit. We'll lose a bit of gold, but we'll have to give a little bit of gifts to make them like us more. So I mean, we could do this, and let's say we'll drop it down to like 800. Here's a gift for you. Oh, I dropped it down way too much. There. Let's try that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was worth it, to be honest. $10.56. Drop it down by a bit. Either way, we're still making money, right? That's all that matters. I don't know what that wooden stake is good for. Some of the other stuff I just got was... we got a lot of potions. Yeah, like an obscene amount of potions here. So I'll probably sell off a few of these. Sell 4 of those. Actually, it's gonna bother me, so let's do that. And then
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I'm not sure about the rest of these. So it's 1958. Let's drop that down by a few hundred. Starting to like him more now. Sort his inventory out there. Alrighty, let's do a quick little shopping trip. We'll probably lose money by using Wolgraff, but... wait a minute. Why is it so empty? Did it change because it's not Scarlet? Or is it just that empty? Something felt weird about that, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I feel like she should have had more stuff, but we did buy her out of stuff a little while ago. But I thought the shops have refreshed now. Need to find out how to make the Constitution potion, that could be nice. Excuse me, what? It might be better for Medora. It is better damage-wise, but I like the speed on that. I think we'll hold off on that for now. Alright, back to Wolgraff. Actually, we could check, if we're just buying, it's easy to find out. It's easy to just switch between the characters and find out if it's worth. Who should do the buying, rather. Ring kit, we'll try that. They've been expensive though, aren't they? Like that tormented soul is expensive. I don't know if I want that wand. We'll get the ring kits. We'll make them at some point. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be 1886. Oh yeah, it's way cheaper, even though she doesn't really like us. Okay. See, it's worth it. That bartering was worth it. I want to come up here because I think they sell eyeballs and stuff up here as well. Don't ask why. Now, ooh, intelligence, perception, that's tenebrium resistance. Damn, that's pretty good. That would be a Jahan ring right there. Who's not here, so we can't even see what he had, unfortunately. Did get an eye. We know what we can use for that. Or use that for, rather. All right, let's go with that. Yeah. 338. Yeah, he's getting better deals. Nice. So now we can turn right around and recipes. I don't know why, but potions. Poisoned arrowhead. Poison cloud arrowhead. I know why you do that. The reason you want to do this way is because even if the value of a poison cloud is the same as the value of 2 poison arrows, you use less arrow shafts. That's why you do it. So now we can go back over here and sell. That's going to be close to it for this crafting session. There's still a couple more things I want to do, but we're mostly done with it now. Look at this bird. Is it going to freak out when we get closer? No, not this time. So we'll come back in here to the... I mean, they're right there. Okay. So we're not going to make that much money off of this, especially because I'm going to take half of it away just to make her like us more. And then as we keep selling to her, we keep increasing that that opinion, that attitude of us, and we're actually going to get way better deals. All right. With that said, however, I need to take a short bathroom break, so give me a few minutes and I'll be back. And we'll continue on here with the crafting set, the great crafting session of 2022. We're almost done though. We're on the downward slope now. There's not too much more that I want to handle, so catch you on the other side.
Cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Aaron has as many friends as the man
rocket, it seems.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fryer.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring. Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Not in the mood for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin fat.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Be the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fryer.
Not in the mood.
Alright, welcome back. So we are going to continue with the crafting a little bit. I pulled up a list as well, just for full transparency. And, well, I'm not going to craft everything, but it's just to give me some ideas. Sorry, I'm adjusting my cable too. But it's just to give me some ideas and just to refresh me on some of the things I can do. So we're going to take care of that now, and then we'll get back to the story and everything after that. So let's go ahead and get right back into it, alright? First of all, I do want to come over here and buy this Tormented Soul as well. I thought about it and I passed it up. I'm like, I know they're good. There's a reason they're expensive. I remember them being good and kind of hard to get, but that expense was kind of a lot. We'll get the Pixie Dust too, because I might use it. Alrighty. And next... Okay, so let's look at some of the examples of things we can do right now. So, with Wolgraff here, let's sort. And let's go to craft. And let's... I don't know the difference between the sinews. I do hate that you have to split them. I don't know, strong sinews are better. It just makes a bowstring, okay. So if we now take the bowstring, we come over here, and we pass this bow, we can actually take the bow and the bowstring, and it goes from 75 130 to 86 149. This is definitely quite a bit better. So now we can pass that back over. So that's one example of how we can better our equipment. Another is, this is leather armor. And I quite like the benefits of this armor. I don't really want to change it and lose that speed and initiative. So one example is we can then take leather scraps. No, that doesn't work. Hang on. You see, this is why I have the list thing up. Also, do we have Constitution Potion here? No, I don't see it. This list is not fully comprehensive, but... Okay, so it's armor plus... Where did it go? I saw it a minute ago. Where the hell is it? Armor plus similar scraps is enhanced defense. That's odd.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Because I would say those are similar scraps. I mean, I could put like metal scraps. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
It's leather armor. I didn't see what the value was before. 76. I don't think I can keep doing it. Oh. Oh, it's just wasting them! Whatever. This is like, who's gonna be so cool? Check this out, and it doesn't work. We should be able to take the sword, for instance, though. 157 is its min. I'm not gonna worry about the entire value. We could take that and the whetstone wherever it went. 157, 214. 181 to 248. It's quite a bit better, I would argue. And same with this. I think it works with the Impaler, even though it's a pokey weapon. Oh, did we kill the whetstone, though? Ooh. Well, that's good to know. I thought it was a reusable item. Where can I get whetstones, then? Okay, well, let's go over here to the forge. It's right back here. We have an anvil and stuff, too. Did I ever check this? Not that it's going to matter that much, but we'll check it out. Yeah, we never even looted it.
Excellent. Let's keep it that way.
Ooh, an augmenter. It was worth it. Whetstone wheel. This is why I was thinking it was reusable. So now we'll put the pokey weapon here. 117 to 189. 135 to 218. I would say that's significantly better. And then pass that on to Medora, put that back on. Now it would not make sense if we could do this to the bow. But the guide just says weapon. Right? That would be so stupid, but we're gonna try it anyway. Yeah, invalid. I'm taking the guide very literally at face value in that case, just to see if I can exploit things. Because I like exploiting things. Alright, so next up is, like, we can make boots and different kinds of gear. I'm still confused about the defensive stuff with the armor and all that. So, 84 armor rating, what is this? 82, the plus movement and the armor specialist. So let's say I want to take this. Let's hand it over and find it. So it's 82 armor rating, and then it should be, this is plate armor, so it'd be plate scraps, right? $82 went up to $92. Yeah. Welcome to crafting. And it's like, I guess we'll do the same here with Scarlets. Because we might as well. This is scale armor, so we need to make sure we use scale scraps. And 84 armor goes up to 94 maybe? 90. That's still pretty good. So we're gonna be significantly stronger next time we get into a fight. Can we make those better? I have no idea. We can try. I know I've definitely tried it before on like the main pieces of equipment. Where are metal scraps? We had a bunch of those. Because this is metal bracers. No. So 30 armor rating. Nope. What about scale? Nope. Okay. Then we probably can't do that at all. That's fine. Okay, then let me take another look at my list here. So I'm not entirely sure on a couple of these things. Let me take a look at it and see if there's another. Yeah, this is actually from just over a year ago on Reddit. Let's see what people have suggested. Potion plus potion also makes a better potion without an augmenter. That's pretty good. That's good to know. A hammer plus nail makes something interesting. Let's do this. Dude, the crafting in this game is ridiculous. Oh, wait. I think there's something I still haven't done. No, wait, I thought I gave him a hammer. Miscellaneous equipment. I guess I didn't. Yo, I want the music back. It's so quiet. When you're just sitting in a menu, it's not that great to be this silent. If you're like exploring in like a survival game or something, I like silence. Sometimes I think it's a nice balance. Yeah. And it made 4 lockpicks, by the way. So that's pretty cool. I like that. I'm gonna pass those on. And... oh, wait. Interesting. This person was talking about a location in Original Sin 2. With that, when they mentioned that lockpick recipe. Yeah, this is all Original Sin 2 people. I hate the way this community is because it's on the Reddit forum Divinity Original Sin, not Original Sin 2, and no one anywhere specifies which game they're talking about. So I'm looking at technically the wrong game, but that still worked. See, this person asked for the second game. Okay, here's someone specifying the first game. Alright, I do remember reading something from that list a minute ago, however. About what Drudene can be used for, so let's make something with Drudene. It's been over an hour since I started this crafting stuff. Drudene, and where are they at? Did we run out of arrowheads? I didn't think we would have. but I'm not. Oh, actually we did, because we used them all with, yeah, we used them all for the poison stuff. Well, Drudene and the arrowhead makes a charming arrowhead. So it's absolutely something we want. Alright, next up, let's get over here and see how this thing works. So, no, I didn't click that. I clicked Medora's portrait. Let's pass all this heavy-ish. He won't even be able to walk, will he? Oh, what? He can walk? How encumbered is he? 340 of 250. Okay, so what we can do here is we can take these different ores, like iron ore, and make an iron bar out of it. And we also had the silver. I think you can guess what that does. But I want to check something. I feel like there's a way to combine the two. Maybe you just do that in your inventory. And that's how you make steel, correct? Is it the bars, or do we combine the two ores? That's the question. Okay, so that's invalid, so it's probably iron and silver like this. No. Very curious. If I try to smelt a... That was a steel bar. If I try to smelt an iron bar. Oh! Did you just make 8 steel bars? Excuse me, what? Or is it telling me that I already had 8? Yeah, it went up by 1. Well, I already had 7, rather. Okay. So now this just took all that extra encumbrance away. In fact, he should be unencumbered momentarily. Yep. Because this shit weighs 10 each. But just converting it down into bars. Super useful. And then we can make stuff with these now. So just confirming what makes what before I go doing weird stuff. Where is it at? Okay, that's it. Oh, that's something we can do. Yeah, we can combine bars. I think, because it says large iron bar, so I assume... See, this is the one I hate, where I have to split it. Yeah, there's no other way to do it without splitting it. Where'd the other ones go? Am I blind? There they are. Yeah, so a large iron bar. And now, I think if we take the anvil with the bar... See, this shit is crazy. Boom, we made a superior two-handed sword. God damn. 178 to 244, excuse me. What? Are you serious? What does this thing do? Speed and willpower with some fire. But now if we take Wolgraff and have him up the damage on that sword. Huh. What? 205 to 281. Let's try a round 2 of this. Where's the other large iron? Because we might get a different result. It's 2 strength. The other one I thought it said 1 strength, and then I thought it went to 2 after we upgraded it. Is this gonna go 3 strength? 178 to 244. No. Okay, so those are identical, but they're beefy as fuck. And then let me see how the Tormented Soul were. Oh, man. Tormented Soul will do plus strength and dex on it. So if I wanted to get yet another point of strength, we could put Tormented Souls on these. And I mean, honestly, this might give me incentive to switch weapons for both of them at this point. 205 to 281. So 181 plus that. I mean, that's like plus 40 though. So that's like 220. I think the Sword of Holy Flame still edges out. The Constitution is nice. The Strength though is really good. However, for Medora, yeah, I mean, max damage 218 plus 33. Yeah. I think this is worth it. Oh, what? We need 14 strength. Damn. Okay, is there a... Ooh. That's a problem, isn't it? Oh, I know how to do it. We have enough strength to put it on, and then we can keep holding it, and we'll keep that strength bonus. It's cheeky. So this does offensive rating with strength-based weapons, improves man-at-arms skills. It's a 4-turn cooldown, 5 turns, 1 turn, 4 turns. Okay. Yeah, so she can keep wielding that now because she stays above the strength threshold. But it's cheeky. You gotta do cheeky stuff. We're gonna hold on to that for now, that Impaler. It's pretty good. We can make other kinds of weapons. So if we take a regular iron bar and make a superior sword, that's worth a lot. What about a steel bar? Superior axe, that's worth a lot. What about a silver bar? A silver, 4 silver arrowheads, okay. So now we can go back to here. I could also try making a bow. And the way we want to do that is, I think we need to split these. See, here's, okay, there it is. I was like, here's the problem, I can't find it. So we need a bowstring. And then we need the bowstring with the branch, right? Yeah. And it's a superior longbow. It gives me 2 dexterity. And if I get another bowstring, let's just mix the sinews, it doesn't matter. We can make it even stronger. So 99 to 176. 116 to 206 with the dexterity bonus. So let's check me out. Excuse me, what? It's that good? Like, it's that much better? What the fuck? It's like, these are things I've seen before, and I'm still, like, blown away. I don't know what the tusks do. I don't see it on the list anywhere. Sorry, I'm looking at my list a bit. We do have essences, and we can use those essences to add damage types to our weapons. Does that eye do anything? Could I put an eye on a bow to get perception? Because what I'm curious about is... Did I already hand it over? No. Superior longbow. Yeah, what I'm curious about is... What am I giving up? I'm giving up I'm giving up a little bit of air damage. But I mean, we're talking about here significantly stronger bow. And then the dexterity bonus increases my offense rating quite a bit. 172 to 304. Critical chance, wow, yeah, that's insane. So then the question becomes, like, if I want to add something to the bow, like an effect, let's just try it. What's the point of having all this stuff if I don't do anything with it? So this gives me like a dexterity bonus and stuff if I put a tormented soul. They are expensive and kind of rare. But if I make it a point to keep buying them every time we level up, it won't be as much of a problem. 2 strength plus 2 dexterity. So it already had 2 dexterities. So that was slight... Or it already had a... Yeah, it already had dexterity. So that was slightly wasted, unfortunately. But this is how we have to learn, right? So then if I want to decide what kind of damage to put... maybe fire. I think this will add fire damage to it. 116 to 206. Don't make it weaker, please. Yeah. So we now added fire damage to it. Is there anything else I know that I can try to do? Okay, so the next thought, or the next question is, would I be willing to give up the constitution and movement and all that if I also had some fire damage? I don't think so. Not for Scarlet right now, so we're gonna hand that one back over. But I am gonna upgrade this one a little bit more, just like I just did with the bow. So this sword, I want to put a tormented soul on it. And that's going to give it dexterity. Actually, what does dexterity do other than... It increases... Yeah, it influences your defense rating. I don't know if I want to put that on there. But I do for sure want to put on, like, fire essence to get more damage. Yeah. And I guess the one last question I have, if I didn't... Yeah, I didn't hand the bow back over. What if I try to put an eye? No. What about a creepy eye? No. Because eyes might do perception. And that would actually be incredibly useful for the bow. Now, I know something else we could do with the bow, but I'm not going to do that on this bow. I'm going to wait until we get one later in the game. I also happen to know what the Buffalo Amulet is for now, but we're not going to touch that. So, yeah. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I think I'm incredibly happy with that. Pass that on. Medora is weaponless, so pass that back to her. Shit. Oh, Constitution, right. Okay. And... craft. I saw something about some specific gear. Let me see if it's listed here or if it was elsewhere. Let me look through these. Man, I can't type on phones. Yeah, let me look into the creepy eye real quick. And it can be used for a magical creepy eye. And that leads me to a 404 error page. Great. Alright, here's another page. Oh, I remember this other page. It's a little hard to navigate, but this is what I want. So this is the kind of thing, though, that what I'm looking at is using the creepy eye. I can make an amulet. I can make a magical creepy eye, and then I can make an amulet. But in order to get the best benefit out of that amulet, I need to be hunter level 17. Yeah, so there's some stuff like that where depending on when you craft an item, you get a better item, right? So I think I'm happy enough with our state of crafting right now. So let's head back to the shops, sell a couple things, and then let's get back to the game, basically. Except one thing I haven't done is I haven't done anything for Jahan. I guess he's just left out for now. Oh well. Sheep's cheese? Tomatoes? I don't know why. I was like out of sync with her for some reason. I kept trying to start. She has a little bit of money. And we have a little bit of equipment. Source Hunter's bow is garbage. I'm selling that now because we're done with it. Superior axe. Sword. And two-handed sword. I would say that's fine. Drop that down a little bit. I know we want to drop it down by like 400. Consider it a gift. Alright, next up. Let's double check this shop real quick. The man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
If there's anything I would want to check right now, what would it be? Man, it's a long walk though. We're almost here. You can see about man-at-arms skills, because I do want to get some new man-at-arms skills. Whirlwind, we have. Taunt. I don't know, Crushing Fist, melee defensive, Cure Wounds, Helping Hand, Battering Ram, Encourage. Barbed Wire, reflect melee damage inflicted upon you at the cost of your chance to hit. Okay, I'm not interested in any of that right now. Okay, I might be interested in that Sarong though. Strength, bodybuilding, and tenebrium resistance. That's initiative. It's also initiative. Man, it's a tough call. I think I'm gonna pass. Alright. So with that, let's head back to the end of time. Fix up our party again. And get back to the game? Or get back to the story. It's not fair to say we haven't been playing the game. I mean, I'm not trying to read too much into what I just said, but I do hate that idea that some people kind of discredit what I did as gameplay. Some people would say, like, that was a waste of time, or that wasn't worth doing, or that's not quote-unquote part of the game. You know, there's different ways that could be analyzed. But I don't know, I'm not a fan of that. You know, it was important. Our encumbrances are way down now. It's amazing. Alrighty, Wolgraff, thank you for all of the work you just did.
You call to Wolgraff. He awaits your query. Wolgraff gives a curt, disgruntled nod and does a funny dance while holding his hands to his head like floppy ears. You assume he's off to stay with zigzags on the shelter plain, or that he's having a stroke.
Oh, I took the bloody dagger, and that's because it's a quest item, even though we don't really need it.
Daemon daemonium. Only fools believe. Wise creatures know. Yes.
He's
I
so...
shall rejoin you, for you've much to learn yet.
He's so full of himself. I do believe I require your services once more. Only fools believe. Wise creatures know. Dude, get over yourself. Yeah, so what we could have, and maybe should have done, is actually made a new robe for Jehan. We obviously did not. It's fine. What we also should have done is the reason we're going back to the North Gate right now, because I forgot to repair. We could see Scarlet is complaining about some equipment.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
No better solution to the Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
Let's go through the whole round here, just to make sure everything is in tip-top shape.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And I will take my leave. All right. Crafting done. Let's see. That was 1440. Oh no, that was 1456 real time. 1612. Yeah, it was a lot. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Now let's go back to Hiberheim Prison, and let's summon. I forget his name. It started with an S. But let's summon our friendly neighborhood elemental, get him to help us out with Icara here, the White Witch. And we're gonna save again here because I like having a save at pivotal moments, I guess. It'll be more obvious what the save is rather than just, oh, I'm done crafting, what was that?
Damnation! Not even a crack!
Now, where is it? This is my whole inventory? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm Scarlet, that's why.
It seems the Winter King has woven ice too rare and powerful for mere fire.
Hello.
This is your White Witch, then. And you're sure you want to free her, are you? Even our mad Boreas wouldn't have wasted such precious ice on a petty criminal. Whatever she did to find herself here must have been rather severe indeed. But I am in your debt, and I would be remiss not to honor your request. Shield your eyes, Source Hunter. To melt ice of this refinement, I'll need to summon an equally rare flame.
It's actually just a nuclear weapon.
Gods, it's colder than a witch's teat. How very callous of Leandra to inter her only sister in a barren tundra for eternity.
Icara, you're all right? The ice, King Boreas, and your sister. What a frigid hell you've endured.
And yet not even a frigid hell like this could induce you to put on a shirt, could it, Arhu? My old friend, surely I have you to thank for my salvation.
That honor goes to a pair of talented source hunters, actually. If not for their efforts, I'd be quite uselessly prowling around your prison still.
Well, you weren't really doing anything, Arhu. You could have gone and tried to find the answers as well, rather than just sit here like nothing works.
Then perhaps I ought to address my savior directly. Source Hunter, is that the masquerade?
See, this is interesting, the masquerade. Like, everyone seems to recognize that we are more than just source hunters.
Well, what a motley crew we are. Isn't there somewhere a bit warmer we might discuss matters?
Yeah, she got, like, just like Leandra, she got a titty, like, hanging out, basically. Bet she's cold. I'm laughing at dialogue option number 4 there. You stand accused of murdering the Sicilian High Counselor Jake. Like, really? We still care about that? What do you mean by masquerade? We're members of the Order of Source Hunters.
Ah, yes, of course, of course. Do pardon me. I didn't mean to imply you were very clearly eternal beings in the guise of minor mortals. Not at all. Please, let's do carry on.
They're just really spelling it out. Are you the White Witch?
Oh, yes, I suppose I am. But I do prefer my given name. Icara, that is. Charmed. But I hope I haven't disappointed my own hero. Am I just as white and witchy as you'd hoped?
How did you become imprisoned here?
First things first, Source Hunter. For my freedom, I owe you every imaginable thanks. My soul had withered in this prison, and I might not have survived much longer without your help. Now, about the culprits. My corrupted sister and the mad Winter King. When I realized exactly where, and to whom Leandra was consigning me, I was certain I'd never enjoy the sun's warmth again. But neither she nor I anticipated the Source Hunter. That was her mistake, and my blessing.
I never would have imagined Leandra capable of dealing with the likes of Boreas, but she has changed into someone I hardly recognize anymore.
Tell me more about Leandra.
My own little sister, if you can imagine it. She was always the more ambitious, the more exacting of us, and she had no fear of the darkness that so often accompanies Source. Her collusion with King Boreas in imprisoning me here confirms my worst fears. She is planning something far greater than I could have anticipated. For this reason, and with a heavy heart, I must ask you, Source Hunter, to find out how far exactly Leandra has become entwined in the dark arts.
You stand accused of murdering the Sicilian High Counselor, Jake.
I take no pleasure in the memory of that night. The thought of hurting anyone or anything is abhorrent to me. But in this case, I judged it necessary. If you've come this far, I trust you've learned that the Counselor was far from a humble civil servant. This doesn't excuse my behavior, but perhaps it can help to explain it.
What happened the night of Jake's murder?
It's a sordid story, to be perfectly frank. Two sisters, a philanderous, treacherous wizard, death and mayhem. Are you sure you're interested in such things? The sparkle in your eye belies your better nature, Source Hunter. Now I know that it is your duty to get to the heart of this. And, in truth, the events of that night were but one part of a larger and much darker matter. A matter in which I'll dare to beg your assistance before we're through with one another. Now that terrible night. One night, as I slept, I had a sudden revelation. No dream, but a vision. My sister Leandra and my lover Zandalor. I didn't understand, but I recognized their location. Syceel's King Crab Inn. I arrived and looked through their window, but inside, everything was wrong. Leandra had fled, and Counselor Jake stood over the wizard, a knife in his hand and hate in his eyes. As I watched, he drove the dagger deep into Zandalor's heart, and I was too late to stop him. In that moment, I broke. I saw before me not a man, not even a beast, but evil incarnate. And I used Source to slay him. On the floor lay Zandalor. In my hands, I held Jake's life force. I had sworn never to use Source, but I couldn't walk away. And so I did the unthinkable. I used the Counselor's life to save Zandalor's. He was alive, but only just. Betrayal. Murder. Source. We were all of us guilty now. If you were any other Source Hunter, I suppose you'd strike me down where I stand after that terrible admission. Fortunately for us both, you are no other Source Hunter.
I'll take my leave, I guess.
I hate to extend my own invitation, Source Hunter, but I believe I ought to accompany you to Zigzax's hideout. Presumptuous, yes, but I'd recognize the imp's essence just about anywhere.
There's like, people just know Zigzags, it's weird.
Both he and you must learn more about the darkness that has extended itself into our dearest Rivellon. And I believe I know where we must begin. Ah, but unless that's a bear flailing through the threads of time, I do believe Master Zigzags is on his way. Make way, Source Hunter, landing in 3, 2...
Hunters, you've done it! Icara is free! Ah, what good it does my impish heart to see her safe and bright as ever! We have much to discuss. Come one and all to the end of time. A spot of something warm and the soft glow of the tapestry ought to do us all a bit of good, There you are, Icara. Now, if we're done playing hide and seek, let's not waste a jot more time. Oh, I just can't wait to pick your every synapse.
After you, Master Zigzags.
So that's the White Witch, eh? I expected someone a little more evil. I can't say I'd cut her down for mistake, but she sure has fewer horns than I expected.
Here is a woman clearly deserving of respect, Medora. Please, for once, let not your source-addled presumptions cloud your judgment.
We've solved the murder and caught the culprit. Yet this case feels anything but closed.
There's more to this crime than simple fact. Killing a killer is hardly the same as killing an innocent, after all.
We'll have to learn more before we can assess Icara's true guilt in this matter. Fortunately, she seems quite eager to tell us more about this entire dark affair.
Alrighty, yeah, so recapping that, Icara had a vision a dream of her lover Zandalor with her sister Leandra. And she recognized that it was at the King Crab Inn, so she went to check it out. When she got there, Leandra was gone, but Jake was there in the process of stabbing and killing Zandalor. Which this lines up with what we were told from Jake, in that he was told to kill Zandalor, and then he was told by Leandra to kill Zandalor, and then Icara came and killed him. So that all actually still fits together. And then Leandra says she was so pissed off that her lover was killed that she snapped, used Source to kill Jake, and use his life force to revive Zandalor and keep him from dying. So that's it. That's what we have right now, but, you know, of course, as the characters just said, there's probably more. So let's find out what else, right? And they said they wanted to go to the end of time, so let us go to the end of time. Have a meeting with everybody. Ooh, I like this. I like that piano so much. And now the 4th seat is filled as well. Why you got your titty hanging out?
This place, isn't there? No matter how forlorn it seems.
There is magic, but it is not so much forlorn as it is dormant. I trust the Source Hunters and their star stones will stir it from its slumber.
I'm confident they will. They must. The alternative is unthinkable.
Alright, let's talk to Icara first, because she's new.
Why? I see Master Zigzags has upgraded from his shabby little hut at the edge of the hour. From the fairy dimension to the, space-time weaver hunter imp one. What do you call this place again?
This is our homestead on the shelter plane at the end of time.
Ha! Is that so? It seems I have my share to learn about the magical world yet. The end of time. Well, suddenly your association with Master Zigzags makes sense. Well, I must say, it's no small relief to find myself in a safe haven among such allies.
Let's start from the beginning. How is your sister involved with the dire happenings around Rivellon?
I believe the answer to that begins centuries ago, when your order was still cutting down so-called dark magicians by the dozens. Ours was a family of born sorcerers, you see. It was in our blood to interact with Source, but our parents were determined to curb the power within us. Still, their meekness wouldn't save them from the Source Hunters.
Then it's true. You're a sorcerer.
I am, but there is more to our kind than they teach at your academy. Source isn't only blood and madness. It's like lightning, an exquisite current of great power. We sorcerers are like metal steeples. Source is drawn to us and it flows through us. But what so many fail to understand is that Source can be controlled. The power drunk through history have abused it, and all the world's sorcerers have borne terrible consequences.
What consequences do you mean?
Tell me, Source Hunter, in all your hours studying the arcane arts, did your great masters ever suggest that perhaps not all sorcerers were evil? Did you ever hear, even once, that some of us were weak and gentle? That we could be simple forest folk healing the sick and frozen each winter? No. I doubt also that they'd mention that one day this hunt of yours would birth a broken soul powerful enough to inch all of Rivellon toward oblivion.
You mean to blame Leandra's doings on we Source Hunters?
No. No, that would be going too far, and eschewing my own responsibility. I believe Leandra's long fall down did begin at the hands of some of your own order, but it was I who sparked all of this.
You mean someone of our own order killed your parents?
They came on a quiet morning. My mother was wild with fright and commanded me to hide myself and Leandra outside, among the trees. Even at that young age, we knew not to question her. We climbed high into the branches of a nearby tree, and before we could look away,
Our parents were cut down without ceremony before our door. The Source Hunters sauntered away, wiping their blades with pride. 2 more sorcerers dead, a job well done.
What became of Leandra and yourself?
From that moment on, everything was different. As we trembled in that tree, our fear and our desperation were so potent that the magic within us began to weave together. Our souls became forged together, our bond unbreakable.
Soulforge, almost like what we heard about with Brachus Rex, and Leandra was trying to find out how to break a Soulforge? Maybe?
We would survive, thrive even within those woods, never speaking to outsiders. Our soul forge meant that if one of us were to die, the other would instantly perish too. We kept one another close.
Which also could make sense as to why Leandra wanted Icara frozen and locked away so she couldn't die.
Leandra's capacity was enormous. Source didn't frighten her, and she delved into that dark well with terrible regularity. I did my best to guide her, but she fast outgrew my admonitions.
Tell me what happened between yourself, Leandra, and the wizard.
My sister and I were mired in a solitary existence, witches among the trees when Zandalore came. Leandra especially couldn't leave him be. He was a feast of information, and she wouldn't rest until she'd absorbed every bit of knowledge he offered. Their days were spent on charms, hexes, and the like. At night, Leandra would wander off to practice what she'd learned, and Zandalore and I would settle into our quiet tasks, side by side. We were a content trio, the 3 of us, but base impulse would undo us.
What do you mean by base impulse?
As you know, Leandra and I were soul-forged. This offered us a window into one another's souls. I knew Leandra had developed feelings for Zandalore, and she knew I had too. But it was me to whom he confessed his love. Those quiet evenings together had captured his heart, as they had mine. Her heart broke the moment we announced our new attachment, and I felt the pain of it as sharply as a knife. She fled, without a word, and I didn't see her for 2 terrible years. My connection to her, our soul forge, grew weaker. It was as though some third entity, a parasite, were atop our souls, sucking the strength from it day by day.
It's interesting that the Soulforge itself can grow weaker. So there's the concept of having to break it, but it can also just grow weaker on its own by them being separated, I guess. So that's... I wonder if it could just go away on its own. But then why would Brachus Rex have needed to go through all that trouble to turn his sister Cassandra into a lich? Right? I don't know. So what's next? How do we stop Leandra?
We've a single order of business first and foremost. Leandra is gathering an army, and I fear we'll have to get through it if we wish to find her. But first, we must learn more about Leandra's plans. How many of these so-called Immaculates does she have in her palm, and to what end is she directing them? Your journey must begin in the Luculla mines, where she has been accumulating materials and manpower for a purpose as yet unknown. The way will be dangerous. Her allies are growing more powerful and numerous by the minute, but we must discover exactly what Leandra is planning and why.
What can you tell me about infiltrating the mines?
A soul forge comes with its own benefits, Source Hunter. Though our connection has weakened, I still see the occasional vision of Leandra's doings, the pangs of her deepest felt emotions, and flashes of her triumphs. One vision. I had thought it was only a nightmare, but now I see it was something much worse. Leandra is collecting materials, precisely what, I cannot say, and is hard at work shaping them into something sinister. Her frustrations are rivaled only by her mirth. I can see she's growing closer and closer to achieving something dire.
You must make your way deep into the mines to see exactly what she's planning.
Is there no redeeming your sister?
I believe that our soul forge has been damaged. By what? I can only guess. The fraying of the bond between us has left Leandra adrift in a well of sorrow she truly believes will never end. What she needs is a hand, my hand, out of this abyss. If our soul forge is repaired, I am certain she'll cease blazing this path of destruction.
Let's discuss the soul forge between you and Leandra.
I cannot condone the terrible things she's done, but I can seek to understand them. With our soul forge in such tatters, I believe Leandra is adrift in the not at all inconsiderable sorrows of our lives. What's more, I sense a terrible force bearing down upon the bond between us. It is hungry, and it consumes ever more of Leandra's mind and soul. I cannot say exactly what this force might be, but I'm certain it's both driving me out and driving Leandra on. If I could only repair the forge, I'm certain she'd put a stop to this madness.
Let's discuss the mines.
The way may be treacherous, but you must get inside. I fear my sister is doing something dreadful so far from the light of day.
I'll take my leave. Alright, well, we have a direction on where to go next.
Good to see you on the shelter plane. A home away from home, is it not?
What questions?
Said to the ballista operator, shoot!
What more can you tell me about Icara?
Quite a card, isn't she? I never know whether that one's going to offer a striking commentary on my efforts to record the Great Dwarven Wars, or a potion meant to turn my tongue blue for a week. She and I have run in the same sort of magical circles for, well, not as long as I can remember, but close to it. Once in a century or so, I'll pop in while she's experimenting with a particularly interesting charm, and we'll share a mug of glow wine and a discussion about this and that. Quite glad you brought her here, I am. When Icara's here, there's nothing to fear. That's what she always tells me, anyhow.
I was wondering if you can tell me a bit more about Zandalore and the Witch Sisters.
Indeed I can. The Tapestry has revealed all. Saucy stuff, I can tell you that. But of course, you're professionals and interested in the dry facts only, not the smutty details. Suffice to say that though Zandalore and Icara were an item, the wizard gave in to his baser instincts when her sister Leandra came a-wooing.
Oh, that man been getting freaky.
Only, what truly interested her was not his body, but his mind and the secrets of the source buried therein. Jake was there too, waiting in the shadows to ascertain that between the two of them, they'd be able to subdue the wizard should he become unruly.
So that was her sole purpose, to deprive Zandalore of the secrets he holds?
No more. You see, he is instrumental to her plans. But when Zandalore became suspicious, she didn't hesitate to play the part of Black Widow, ready to kill after copulation, ready to break her sister's heart twice over. Ah, Leandra, Imp Slayer, Blood Craver, Void Seeker. All-round lovely lass, ain't she?
I'd like to update you on my progress. I've seen Leandra at work in Hiberheim. She's using starstones to turn them into bloodstones. Thought we knew that.
The one substance that can stand in the way of the void, and she's turning it into vessels of blight. You'll have to redouble your efforts, my friend. You'll have to find more starstones before she does, and forestall her insidious distortions.
Let's see what the Weaver has.
How might I serve our mission? Ask, and I shall answer, if I can.
I've met with Leandra in the realm of Hiberheim. She's using starstones to create bloodstone.
Leandra. She
Leandra.
designs to be mother of the void, but you have the power to undo her born-in-blood litter. Though they be baptized in blood, you can cleanse the starstones still, and use them to thwart their grim queen.
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
I've learned about the relationship between Zandalor and the Witch Sisters. You told me you had no idea who the stranger in Inn could have been.
Yes, that was a small fib on my part, I'm afraid. Zandalor is known as the Keeper of the Source, after all. And I didn't know how Source Hunters would react to my association with such a colorful character.
Alrighty. Well... that's pretty decent. Oh, it's a staff, though. The Constitution bonus was pretty decent. Okay. With all that, let's go back to Cyseal. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember if there's a way we were supposed to know about this. But I think if we go to the mayor's house, we can do something. If I click that, it fails, because we can't reach it. But if I click it now, it succeeds, because we're close enough that the door is open, and they can pathfind. Isn't that interesting? But I think we might need to talk to Victoria about something. Maybe not. We'll check. There's something left in Hiberheim that we haven't done yet.
Jageta, friend.
Eglander.
He has gone. Oh, Dijlazim as Ashtanek. You have saved me. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It is a terror to know someone prays for your demise, but you have undone it. The sun that is your chivalry has dissolved the dew that was Eglandir's hate. May the gods bless your heart and shield your soul from harm.
This is the book we want. May I take books?
Indeed, you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and
No, I think we have to buy it.
all I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
Okay, take my leave. What the hell? That teleported in a chest? What the hell? Okay. I don't remember that. That was weird. Reward chest. It's straight up called reward chest. Forgotten language of Faery. This heavy tome is inscribed with the innumerable strange runes and the translations and histories of each. With it, the careful observer could decipher the most esoteric Faery writings. Cool. Now with that done, we go back to Hiberheim. Castle entrance. Can we walk across this? I spent all that time cleaning it up yesterday. There's some frozen stuff. No! Why? Music just like, no, we're done. I guess we're gonna midnight oil. Get rid of all that. Okay, now we're good, right? Now we're good. Alrighty. There we are, yeah. We can talk to that. And I think that's how we actually get through here.
You who seek the winter treasure, prove your intention, prove your worth. I demand to know if friend you be, the name of the earthen brother of Boreas.
Sua was fire. I think it's Loran. I actually know the name Setacondrus. We haven't seen it in the game yet. But I don't remember what Simista was. I think that might be the air one.
Correct you are, and freely may you enter.
I was nervous. I was like, should I save and load if I fail? But we saw the fire guy, and I vaguely remembered seeing that other name when we were dealing with the... Oh man, the texture is gross. When you zoom in like that, it's not great. I vaguely remembered seeing that other name when we were at the Elemental Forge. It just barely stood out to me. Alright, we have sentinels here. I'm going to assume they do bad stuff if they spot me. So I'm going to make sure they don't spot me. And we're in the treasure room. Nice, just like that. Now the rest can catch up. Have Scarlet heal herself. It's always good to keep at least a little bit on top of that, because we never know if we're going to get ambushed by something. You don't want to find out, like, oh, I was neglecting this, and now we're about to die. Is that worth it? Yes, worth it. You know what sucks though is like this is clearly mountains and mountains of gold, but we can't actually grab the individual, like we can't grab that gold. Now, of course we can't grab the individual pieces. I would love to see that in like a physics. Oh shit! Watch this start blinking. There it is on the right hand side there. A well teleportation scroll. That's one of the things we were after. The last were-sheep. Read. Quickly must I make my last report. It knows that I've seen it, and any moment now its low, dry bleating will signal its arrival. I cannot escape. I can only hope whatever I write here might one day help another hapless seeker. There is but a single were-sheep remaining, and its soul is buried deep within the Cave of Portals, among the Immaculates who are so fond of blackest necromancy. The perceptive eye will reveal its location. My time has come. I am doomed to be undone by the woolly horror. Cool. The were-sheep. We got all kinds of stuff. Watchful Sentinel. Ice Wall Scroll, Water of Life. Some potions. We still got a lot of stuff. A Winter Amulet. That's cool. Hey, there's the sword kit that we hadn't found yet. So we can use that at some point. So now, occasionally, what I need to do is make sure we just go get Wolgraff and give him crafting materials. Or I send crafting materials to the chest. That might be a better option. Just send them to the homestead, and then we get them when we're ready to do crafting. Basically, we don't want to get too far behind on it again, because that leads to its own problems. Alright, so we have the Winter Amulet. Stone with Scriptures. Is that what the book is for?
The stone is adorned with strange runes.
Yeah, use the forgotten language of Faery to decipher the runes.
Speak the words out loud and hear an inviting click nearby.
What we have here? A sarong, some wands, None of this is identified. Yep. It's fine with me. What do we have here? Magical Tragedies. Have we read this? Let's find out. Part 3. Obstinate Demons. Are there any other kind? That's literally the entire book. I must say, the identifying is a little annoying, because at a point in the game, almost every item you find needs to be identified, and it just kind of defeats the purpose if you ask me. This book is unreadable. Like, it would be interesting if, you know, some items needed to be identified, others didn't. But at a point, you just start, like, every piece of equipment you find, it's like, that needs to be identified. This seems to be broken. So yeah, that just slightly annoys me a little bit. Because, again, it just feels like the mechanic becomes a necessity at a point. But then you just, you know, if you're like me, you just waste time, and technically waste money at the shops. Just identify, 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 identify. It's not really difficult. Secrets of the Scroll. Rubies are precious gems indeed, and humanity's best friend against the harmful effects of weather and climate. Infused in one's equipment, they can protect an adventurer through the direst landscapes, from dry deserts to freezing tundra. Wait, do we not learn that? Have I read that before? Okay, well what it's saying, and what may not be clear, is that a ruby is actually one of the best enchantments you can do, because it gives you, like, all elemental resistances on an armor. So, rubies, the thing is, they're kind of hard to get a hold of. So it makes sense to save them. This is the... Where are we going? Okay. 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 That was interesting. In a lot of cases, to me, it makes sense to not do certain crafting until the end of the game. When you have, like, this is pretty much the best equipment I'm gonna get, so let's just do all the cool crafting enchantment stuff on it. Otherwise, you risk wasting a one-of-a-kind, literally an item that you're not gonna get a second one of. You waste... Or, yeah, you risk wasting that on something that you're going to replace. Let's say, they say if you kill a void creature, you can use its shadows to stay hidden yourself. Of course, this is just an old wives' tale. How do you kill shadow? And even if you managed it, how would you pick it up? I said that weird. How do you kill shadow? And even if you managed it, how would you pick it up? No one ever thinks these fairy tales through, do they? Invisibility potion. Alright, so there's something we can do now. We were told what to do here, I believe. I don't remember where at this point. But we were told... I don't know, is this... Would this also have... I feel like this was to open that chest in the back. I don't even remember what it was for, to be honest. But we have the... Royal Guard Talisman. And we were supposed to equip it and stand here? And just wait?
What's this? Something seems to have materialized in my pocket.
I have no...
I'm going to be the one to fish it out, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I have no more talisman. It disappeared, but now we have this intelligence ring, which is definitely going to Jehan. No doubt about it. We're gonna get rid of that fire resistance and movement one. That's pretty good. I like it. Alright, now let's check skill books real quick. Freezing Touch. I don't think we have that. Oh, I just realized we're well, we're still a ways from level 15, but close to level 15 in the sense of, like, that's our next level up. Which means I get my, master level spell for my, other master level spell. I'm pretty sure Aerospray is master. So I get my other master level spell. That's pretty sweet. I guess not quite a spell, but, you know, whatever. So yeah, none of that is interactable. Treasure chests, the gold, they don't even, not even like stacks of like, here's 500 gold and a few stacks or something. Nothing. None of that's interactable, unfortunately. But that's okay. Next, we want to go to the... We can go to the castle entrance. Yo, I am hungry. This is an unfortunate turn of events. Also, note that the chat here has just been stuck at the top for I don't know how long. What did we step on? Was it them clicking those as they walked by? That makes me nervous because that shit had... it triggers lava. Oh, wait.
Perhaps there's still a way. What say I will some of this dreadful weather away? I think I can still manage that, and for 2,050 gold, you, Wanderer, can wish which weather I switch. Perhaps I could wind down this wild blizzard, or wipe out the lava-burbling volcanoes to the north. What do you say?
Well, we'll try to persuade just for the experience. By helping me, and it's all bad, apparently. We don't have any bonuses here. We're -1 on everything. By helping me navigate this wild place, you'll make it all the easier. So, by the way, I skipped that because I didn't think it was special, but he's like, oh, woe is the wish granter whisked so far from where he lays his hat. His powers grow weary, given enough time, and his wishes wear away as his woes wax. I won't be able to manage much anymore, but perhaps there's still a way. Yeah, let's try to reason with him. Yay!
I love nothing more than to return to Wally, dearest. Oh, how the gentle winds would whip the willows, and how the wild winged things would fly. Oh, so then, where were we? Shall I tame the blizzard or the volcanoes? It's time to wish your wish!
We must stop the volcanoes. Somebody could get seriously hurt.
You're right! Lava hurts!
We'll watch the volcanic waves wither into ash, will we? Wonderful! 1, 2, 3, and the volcanoes are tamed!
Something happened. Is there anything else we could do over here? Doesn't look like it. I don't think this is actually part of the traversable map. This, by the way, I pointed this little thing out here yesterday. This was the underground passage we went through to get to the prison. I was like, oh, it's interesting. They just shoved it onto the side of the map. It's interesting how they did it. What can I do to help?
The smell? How wonderful! What a joyous surprise! Wanderer, you've saved me. Come near to me and read it. If all goes well, I should be back in Sicil with Wally in no time.
He still had a lot of W words there, but he didn't alliterate very much. I think he was so excited that he just forgot how to alliterate. Alright, well teleportation scroll. Of all the requests, well transportation? Our Boreas's last screw must be quite loose. Nevertheless, the Master Mage is hardly one to refuse the king. Speak this enchantment near the well in question, and it shall fly to the intended plane. Peef, poof, paff, fly well, well.
Simply wonderful. The spell, it's working. This well is being willed back to Cecile. Will you visit Wally and I again? Oh, wisest wanderer. We weep with joy to witness your return. We'll meet again, wanderer. We will.
Yoink. Alright, now we go back to Cecile and go to the old church. That's about the closest we can get, I think, to the wells. Still quite far. So they should be... Oh yeah, there he is. They're both here. Yeah, I had a bunch of nachos at about, what, 11? So local time now is 17. So, I mean, that's 6 hours. But damn, I'm like really hungry all of a sudden. Should get experience. Nice. Nice.
Whip out your wallet and wing a bit of gold my way, and I'll wow you in return. This well wishes to work his magic.
Can you grant me a wish?
What would you like to wish, our most willing friend? Decide how much you're willing to spare, and I'll will you something wondrous in accordance.
We'll just give him the most.
Wow.
1,500.
What have we here? What wealth? Please enjoy your reward.
Does it tell me what I got? No. Should be the newest item. I guess that's it? Is it all of these? Let's sort by latest added. I don't remember picking up any of these. Strength armor, okay. And I'm not going to use an arbalest, so... Why is it of the doctor? It's interesting. It's an... you know, it's a blazing antique arbalest of the doctor. But it has nothing to do with healing or anything remotely. It gives me 44 health. But, I don't know. It's a weird name.
You went and whisked Willy back to Wally. Wow.
Tell me more about your brother. What happened to him?
What a wonderful day. You brought him back.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm wild with delight now that Willy's where he ought to be. Thank you. I wish you well.
What about your brother here, William?
Walter! Walter, look! Our wanderer has returned to us. Hail, hero! How now?
Oh, tell me about yourself.
Me? I'm all worked up. I'm wild with delight. I'm William Wellington McWishingwell, and I am home.
I'll take my leave. Say it as if I'm like uncomfortable or something, like I need out of here. All right. How about that? Finally wrapped up that very old quest line, right? We've had that one for a hot minute. And let's go ahead and close out, you know, stop all these from blinking. We still had Arhu's failed experiment on there. The Undead Scourge. We should report... Oh! Duh! Well, not duh. I just didn't realize I could report that, to be honest. This is why you check quest logs. Like, hey, about 4 levels ago? It's really only been 4 levels. Let's see, that was Thursday's stream where we fought Brachus Rex. And I hit level 10 for that stream. Yeah. What's going on, Jaeger?
Salutations, Source Hunter.
I guess, concerning the Legion.
I shall be very
glad to share what by all
Expeditions.
means.
Old Church.
For 2 years, all news has been bad news. Still, I thank you for telling me, Source Hunter. Knowledge is better than uncertainty.
No. Change the subject. I'd like to just... The undead?
This cannot be. Can it? You have found one of the sources of the undead and sent it back into oblivion. But that is fantastic. Never have I seen such heroism.
What do I get?
Hope breaks through after 2 years of absolute darkness. Cyseal remains under threat, yes, but finally it has been proven even the dead can be vanquished. To think, Feliron too was behind these horrors all along. A man who treated the wounds I obtained in battle, who comforted me when my agony was great. Such a pity. Cyseal is in your debt.
Damn!
I, and the Legion too. Brachus Rex is dead, and no one but you could have done this glorious deed.
Alrighty. That was a good experience. 13,500. Granted, that would have been a lot better if we got it, you know, back when we first beat Brachus. Cool, the Undead Scourge is complete. Next up... Cassandra, who art thou? No, the Missing Threads. That's just an ongoing thing. That's ongoing. Yeah, interestingly, there's some Bear Daughter related stuff happening too. The Legend of the Were-Sheep. Alright, that was satisfying. Next up, let's go back to the End of Time, because we get a Starstone.
There you both are. Marvelous. Your efforts have borne even more fruit. A new piece of the tapestry has been mended.
Let's check it out.
The Weaver's been hard at work with the thread Starstone has borne her, and a whole portion of history has been rewoven. Rejoice, my friends, rejoice! For now we witness a tale from the eons torn from time, but now, thanks to you, restored.
After the war was won, the Void Dragon remained a great threat to all existence. And so, upon the anvil of creation, the God Box was crafted. The Void was locked within, but still the question remained: who would guard the box? The two generals offered themselves. They would give up life and glory to stand sentinel. Transformed into immortal beings, they would be the Void's eternal guardians. They placed the box and the guardians in the first garden, home of Astarte and of the world's most beautiful power, Source. For time immemorial, the Guardians stood by the God Box, no longer human in body or in mind, but duty personified.
Oh shit, we want to talk.
So that is who we were. Demigod Guardians of the God Box.
Demigods, immortals, I like what I'm hearing.
As do I. We were beings of supreme importance once. Who's to say we cannot be again?
Don't fuck up my stuff. Oh, we're bold. Bold is good. I forget what bold is. It's initiative, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Anything else, Zigzags? He's waiting here, so I think so. Yes.
Other elementals lie in wait until with a word you command them to action. Which one of them, pray, has your preference?
Okay, so I'm torn on this. Fire Elemental is... Let's see. Okay, I'm actually... That's a lot of meta knowledge there. Basically, I did have a list up to confirm which ice, wind, earth, and fire, like those all make sense, but then I didn't know which sub skills are associated with each one, right? So before we got what was it? Not wind, it was ice. Yeah, we got ice, and that got us expert marksman as well. So fire also gets you man-at-arms. And what I'm reading, though, is that man-at-arms are the easiest skills in the game to acquire. So I'm thinking... Yeah, I don't see a point in getting the fire one next. And that means that the only one that really makes sense to do next is wind. Or, no, excuse me, yeah, no, wind. Because that's going to be good for Jehan. So let's go with the wind elemental, the air elemental.
And that is your final choice?
Yes.
In fact, it isn't. I
What?
want to go with another elemental.
Jesus Christ. No. I will save scum this. Our first choice was definitely the most functional one, so why revise it?
We'll not stick to this choice unless you want me to stick it to you.
No, we'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
When your own party member is like, what if you didn't? Alright, let's check it out. Hang on, what is Zigzax doing here still? Can we talk to him? I like that dialogue. He says it every time there's a new portal. I like Zigzax.
Positively brimming with the surge of storm and lightning.
As good a place as any for an air elemental to set up shop.
Alright, let's get some good stuff for Jehan. Skill books are expensive, so we're probably going to spend a good chunk of our money right now.
That remains to be seen. I do believe they will remember. I do believe I will serve them again despite your tricks.
Always am I the trickster, always am I the malefactor. Yet all I do is speak the truth. They failed before, and they will fail again. The void, I can see it approaching in their eyes.
Alrighty then. That dude's trying to sow doubt, basically.
Hello, forgive me, but you startled me. I guess my head was up in the clouds.
Well, tell me about yourself. What is that name? I hope to hear that pronounced. Eolatet? 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 Eolatet?
Oh, me? Sorry. I was just thinking about what it would be like if humans ate with their noses instead of their mouths. Anyway, what were you asking? Oh, yes. I saw how breezy and blowy you'd made this place. I thought it'd be the perfect place to clear my head. But not to worry. I'll earn my keep. My stock of air spells will blow your socks off.
I'd like you to train me in air magic.
Yes. Snort that spaghetti.
Whoa.
Pardon. Yeah. So, you'd like to learn to gust with the best of them, would you? Have a look.
Alrighty, I will do just that. So we get Scoundrel here as well. I'm curious, what do the Master Scoundrel skills look like? Shadow Step. Step through the shadows and attack a target from behind, dealing a bunch of damage. Then go back where you came from. coup de grace. Deal the killing blow to a target that's below 20% vitality. I guess it's guaranteed. There's no resistance that shows up there. And another master skill. Crawling infestation. Plant a monstrous egg in a nearby target. Unless the target resists or succeeds a saving throw using Constitution, its mortal shell will give way to a monster as it comes out after 3 turns. Interesting. Okay, now for Jehen. I don't think we have a tornado book. We have a tornado scroll. But we don't have a tornado book, so let's get that. Now, tornado basically just removes surfaces from the battlefield. It also reveals invisible characters and clears a few statuses, but it can be useful sometimes. Storm skill book. Create a lightning storm that randomly picks 8 to 10 targets and deals damage. Wind of Change cures some stuff. Maybe. Nether Swap. I think Nether Swap was really cool in Original Sin 2. I say that weird because this game came out for... It's like referring to the past tense for a game that came out after this, but Nether Swap is really cool in Original Sin 2, but I think it's a lot more limited in this game. I remember that because last time when I played this game with my friend, I got Nether Swap thinking, oh, it's so powerful, you can do so much with it. And it just didn't work out that well. It was a lot more limited than in Original Sin 2. But it lets 2 characters swap places. One of them can be you. So it actually can be really useful in some cases, but meh. Thunder Jump, I think we might have learned that at some point. Make invisible to set something else invisible. Which actually is good. We already have Head Vice. And Chain Lightning. So Storm and Chain Lightning are 2 master skills, and you can only ever have 2 master skills for a family of magic, whatever you call it, for a type. So those are going to be my 2 master skills. And we're gonna pass those skills and stuff along to Jehen. And he can't yet learn Storm, but he can learn the others. And we're gonna have to rearrange his hotbar soon. But before I waste time doing that, we're actually going to head back to the other elemental, the water elemental, the ice elemental. And we're gonna buy more Hydrosophis spells for Jehen as well. So we're gonna spend a lot of money, but I mean, these are the main 2 things he works with, so we're gonna get him the bulk of his skills for the game. I like that galaxy in the background. It's crazy. Let's read this ancient diary. My friend and ally, your departure has been received with great dismay, but I understand you and I see in your absence... Okay, let me read that. Sometimes you don't know where the dialogue's going and you read it strangely and it bothers you. So let's just do that again. My friend and ally, your departure has been received with great dismay, but I understand you and I see in your absence an opportunity. To rule is to rule alone. Let not my power be divided, for power cannot be shared. Let that be our legacy. Let that be hers. You know what? I shall marry. Yes, to whom I care not. If the union brings lands and gold and influence to my dominions, I shall be happy. The world will never have seen a sovereign such as I and never will again. You will hear more from me, my friend. You will hear more from me through the legends that will be told. Is there only 1 book in here? Yeah, there's probably going to be... because there's the 2 generals. And so there's probably going to be... there's 4 rooms, 4 elements, so there'll be scattered 2 books for each general across those 4 rooms. And we'll probably go ask Zigzax and them about the Storm Elemental. Just to get their thoughts on it.
Hoary beard of Boreas, can it be? You've come home. It's about time, isn't it? Your quarters have been invaded by all manner of madness.
Whoa! Deals a lot of damage, 570 to 1008. Okay, let's not waste time on that. Let us find out what we want for Jehan. Water of Life is good for Constitution, so we want one of those. That's yet another way to increase our Constitution. Mass Slow. Let's just grab it. Hail Attack, I do want that. That's just, I already know I want that. Winter Blast, that's a master skill, along with Hail Attack. What, is there another one? Mass Disease. I don't think I want that. Okay, so here's the question then. Do I get Hail Attack? Okay, no, so I think I want Hail Attack. That's a guarantee. 77 to 81. This is 139 to 153. Winter Blast is much more analogous to, like, my arrow thing. I forget what it's called, but the... because it's a cone, right? It's a arc, basically. But the question is, Mass Healing is really good. And I'm having a hard time deciding which one I would rather have. I think I want Mass Healing. That's really powerful, and that's going to be really good for Jehan. Also, unfortunately though, he can't learn any of these master skill. Well, he can learn that one, but we're not going to get that one. So he can't learn any of those master skills until next level. That's fine. Okay, let's spend 8 grand on it. Yay! I will take my leave.
Off to explore your abode, are you? Very good.
I think we already read the thing that would jog our memory. Okay, now let's hand all this off to Jehan. And let's just learn whatever I can. So we want Chain Lightning. We can learn that. Cannot learn Storm yet. Can learn Tornado. Okay, Water of Life. Ice Elemental. Freezing Touch. Cool. Alrighty. You know what I think we could do? I think we could have put this scroll in a blank book and made a skill book for Chain Lightning instead of actually, instead of buying the book. But oh well, that's fine, whatever. Alright, I'm gonna take this as a quick opportunity to take one more break before the end of stream. So we're still gonna play a little bit longer, but I just have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that, and I'll catch you on the other side. And we'll continue on. We'll probably check out the mines and stuff next after I get done here at the end of time. So we are gonna also sort Jehan's Hotbars. Yay! Catch you on the other side. Alright, we are back. Almonds have been ingested, so I'm slightly happier in terms of my hunger levels, but we'll see how long that lasts. And I don't want to waste any more time, so let's get right back into it. And organize hotbars. That's the first thing I want to do here. So Jehan has a lot more stuff going on, and I think I'm gonna just trash everything. Let's start from scratch, find out how we want to set up his hotbars. So the thing I'm thinking initially is we tend to want to attack with Jehan, which makes sense. Also, what I'm noticing, hang on. Hydrosophist, we don't have, is it Ice Bolt? I think I had a scroll for that or something. Ice Wall. Why did I not buy that?
Your quarters have been invaded by all manner of madness.
Let's buy it. Oh, whoops. Reset the offer.
Off to explore your...
I would like to get the Ice Bolt thing, and I feel like I had a scroll for it. I'm not seeing it, but we could have already used it. I could be crazy. Ice Shard. Ice Shard. Where would I go to buy that? Cyseal? Okay. Let's put this... I'm running like an internal stack now. Or, no, it would be a queue. No, it'd be a stack. Yeah, we're gonna put this on the stack. We're gonna do this first.
Pray tell, did you know anything about his affair at the King Crab?
Come now. Do you really think he'd let me in on it in advance if he'd been planning an affair with your sister?
How can I tell? Maybe you taught him a thing or two about slinking around in between shadows.
If that were true, Icara, he wouldn't have been murdered, resurrected, and pursued by the bringer of the apocalypse as a result, now would he?
Ha! True enough.
Alright.
What's the word, Source Hunter?
I don't think she has anything to say about the room, so that's easy.
See you on the shelter most certainly.
Place of Wind. The Plane of Wind.
Quite. The Hall of Winds, to be more precise, where an air elemental resides. The most poetic of nature's forces, the most gentle, but when unleashed, boy, you had better hold on to your hands. Tempest and lightning, storm and shadow. She can teach you many valuable things indeed.
How might I serve our mission? Threads I weave and tales I see.
Is there anything you can tell me about the air elemental I've met with here?
She is a creature of both tenderness and destruction. She is the summer breeze and the thunderstorm both. Once, at your command, she would drive away the rain clouds and usher in the spring. At other times, she would gather them above your enemy and send shattering strokes of lightning down along their shattering spines.
Nice. Okay. Now, we'll pop that off the stack. And the next thing on the stack was to go to Cyseal. Well, not necessarily Cyseal, but to do the hotbars. But in order to do the hotbars, I guess, yeah. So the stack was hotbars, and then go buy Ice Shard if possible, and then End of Time. So we've popped off End of Time. Now let's try to pop off the Ice Shard. I'm using weird terminology of computer science stuff for no reason.
Gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary.
Yeah, so we got it. Nice.
Or would you prefer a toast
trusty fire spell to dry those vapors.
Just gonna check if anything stands out here. No. Okay. So Ice Shard. That's expensive. Yeah, we spent a lot of money, but there's not really much more we're ever gonna have to buy for Jahan. We might get him a little bit in some other areas of magic, I'm not sure. But if we do that, he's not gonna get too many points, so the spell books he'll buy are gonna be cheap, right? Oh, right. I should probably actually pass it over to him if he wants to learn it. Why did they not both pop up on here? Whatever. Okay, let's move away from here so I don't have to listen to them for once. What's red? Okay. It's like looking through... Did you see that? It's like looking through Jahan's portrait for some reason. And it was showing a hand like I was going to steal something instead of switch. Okay, so hotbar time. I'm thinking what I want to do most often is probably attack first. And that tends to be more common here with Arrow Thurge. So I want that on hotbar number 1. We're going to do Blitzbolt. And then Headvice. I don't use Shocking Touch very much, but we'll put it on there next. And then Chain Lightning. I think I'm still going to leave Invisibility last, even though he basically never uses it. We're going to put Tornado away at the end as well. And then I'm confused why Bitter Cold is Arrow Thurge and not Hydrosophist. Everything is air damage. And then this... Everything else that involves freezing is related to Hydrosophist, water. So have we... Is that everything except for Teleportation and Bitter Cold? Yeah. So we'll put Teleportation over there. I'm not sure. I might rearrange that a little bit, but that's fine for now. So now we'll go over here to Hydrosophist. And I want to start out with Ice Shard, Ice Wall, and Freezing Touch. Then Ice Elemental. And we'll say Rain. Waters of Life, Regeneration. What did I miss? Slow Current. So Rain is indirect, and then Healing is kind of separated into its own thing. I'm going to actually leave a spot there, just to make it a little more obvious, because this is kind of related to Healing. And then our mass heal is going to go over here. And we'll scoot things around for Hailstorm, or whatever it's called when I get it. So that was easy. That was everything. Yeah, that was not too bad, was it? Now, let's see. To the mines. It's weird because I know certain things I can go do right now. You could do a lot of stuff out of order in this game, and I really like that. So, I mean, I feel weird doing the mines right now, and in my brain, I kind of feel like I'm going to break something else. There's something in particular that we haven't looked into yet. We've heard about it. Alright, this is where we left off before. And I kind of intentionally did that. I thought there was another side quest that was actually linked to this spot. But I don't think so anymore. I think that's going to be elsewhere. That's the real reason I held off. And you may remember from the last session when I got down to the mines. I think that was last time. I don't know. Anyway, though, when I got down to the mines, no, that was the time before. Holy shit. Anyway, when I got down here, I backed off, and I think I went right back to the desert where the spiders were at. Interestingly enough, we could go fight the spider boss now if we wanted. There's no reason we couldn't do that. I think we've gained 2 levels since the last time. And we did beat the boss last time, but we died afterward because of stupidity. I didn't feel like wasting any more time on it. But yeah, so what I was doing, and the whole point of that little tangent about going back to the desert and all, is that I thought I was going to find the other side questy person in the desert. And I was hoping to get that before I came through here. But I was incorrect. Okay, so we can have some fun with them. What if I just, like... What if I went 1 AP? Oh no. Losers. I shouldn't say that right before they're going to be able to attack me, should I? You know, I should have became one with shadows. Yeah, I should have done walk in shadows. You know, as much as I hate them healing, I actually like that they did that. He has my own tricks. Because see, him doing healing is basically wasting his turn in a way. Because I still get to come out here, I still get to do whirlwind and all kinds of fun stuff. Jahan has such a long turn, or such a long wait. He really needs better initiative. Now I know this knockdown's not going to do any damage, but set me up for a whirlwind. Damn. I don't think I noticed it was going to hit the barrel. I didn't notice. But it worked out. What a nerd. I gotta get used to the new hotbars. Yeah, I should have known that would be too far. We can't do chain lightning because it needs 8 AP. I'd like to show it because it's a cool attack. Yep, that guy's dead. These guys are only level 12. So the truth is, I actually went a bit out of order, and part of that was intentional. If you recall, before fighting Dreksis Rex, I made a big point to go way out of my way here into Luculla Forest and force myself to hit level 10 because I knew it was going to be a tough fight, and I wanted to try to make sure... Oh, wait, wrong thing. I wanted to try to make sure that we'd be able to beat Dreksis Rex without as much trouble, And we ended up beating him way easier than I expected, even at level 10. So that was cool. But, the other thing I did was, I did spend a lot of extra time running around here. I fought the spiders a bit, and I ran and killed all those goblins and everything. And I kind of forced myself a little bit past the expected level. So when we went to Hiberheim, that was really like a level 10 to 12 area, and I think we didn't go in there until we were level 12. So that made Hiberheim a lot easier. It's going to make other things easier, but it's not... It's interesting because it doesn't carry through the entire game. So the way to think of it is I did a few things out of order, but at some point I'm going to catch up to things that are around my level. I'm not going to stay ahead of the curve. But I want to take advantage of this as long as I can. And it's why I was just bringing up, I could go fight the spider boss to get even stronger. Avatar of Fire Scroll. I don't know, give it to Medora. Doesn't matter. We didn't loot this because I wanted to make sure we were in good position to fight the enemies. Thunderbolt Grenade. Alrighty, we're at the mines. I think I just made a hard save, did I not? Yes. Fuck it, we'll make another one. At the mines. Yay, experience. I don't know how much we got, but...
We made it. I wonder what we'll find in here besides Immaculates.
Why don't you be my canary and go find out?
Canary in the coal mine, nice. I just heard a weird noise. Enchanted miner.
Psst. Over here. Come over here quickly, but be as quiet as a mouse.
It's Snake.
What are you waiting for? Come here, but for the love of the gods, be still.
Where is... I'm confused. Can y'all move? Do I have to move the box?
I can't believe it.
Oh.
I never thought I'd see another human face uncorrupted by immaculate madness. I hid when I heard your voice, but you don't look like the lunatics here that slave the dead. Will I escape this infernal pit after all?
I want to try
escape
something.
the dreaded Hell Lords? As will I. It's just that I'm torn. Should I hang low right here just a little bit longer, or should I make a run for it? What would it...
Alright, let's load then. I wanted to switch characters on who's talking, but if it's not going to let me, then we'll do the dialogue normally. Who are you?
I'm Mittix, a craftsman from Hunter's Edge, a village some miles to the east of here. Orcs raided our town and sold us to the goblins as slaves. Little did we know that they were to pass us on to the remorseless necromancers here in the mines. Yeah, you heard me right. Necromancers. My family, my friends, they were all turned into undead slaves by those most deviant of sorcerers and forced to unearth Tenebrium. I managed to escape in the darkness of the tunnels and was just about to head for the daylight when I heard you approach.
Speaking of Tenebrium and rot, Scarlet's not rotting anymore. And I should have called attention to that when it happened. I forgot. Like, I knew how we could cure it. And that is with a Starstone or Bloodstone. But I didn't even think about it when it happened, so it didn't dawn on me until just now when he mentioned Tenebrium. We got that Starstone in the treasure vault in Hiberheim. And that's what cured her of rot. So, yeah, that's interesting. We had a Bloodstone in my inventory I could use, but I didn't feel like it was worth using it yet. So anyway, why would slaves be turned into undead?
Because of the tenebrium, of course. That stuff will give you rot right quickly, and after that, rot will kill you right slowly. But if you're naught but a skeleton with a pickaxe, what then? Rot can't touch you, can it?
Right. So we're talking more about exactly what I was just talking about.
So that's what they do, the vile maniacs. They procure people, slaughter them, and wrench their souls back from the shores of death to mine the days away. I don't even know why they do it. Tenebrium. It blights all that it touches. Good for nothing is what it is.
Rot certainly sounds like it means bad news.
The worst. I can't imagine a crueler death. They say some genius up in Silverglen first hired the goblins to clear away tenebrium when his miners started to fall ill. Them nasty critters are immune to its contagion, they said. What nonsense. The goblins aren't immune at all. They just wanted to take possession of the mine. Their chief, a sickening brute called Sadakandras, simply forced everyone out. Those who put up a struggle were speared and sacrificed to goblin totems.
See, we did see the name Sadakandras on that sentinel that we talked to get to the treasure room. I mentioned I knew what the name was. Actually, did we see the name in the order book for Gracolda or whatever her name was? Maybe. I don't know. I did remember the name, though, myself.
Then, away from prying eyes, the Immaculates moved in, and the undead horror began. Those fools of goblins don't even realise they're no more than cogs in the Immaculate machine. Why, I've even seen a number of them held as prisoners just a corridor away. Soon there'll be no more than skeletal slaves.
Orcs came to your town, you say?
You make it sound like a carnival dropped by. Carnage, more like. Mayhem and death. That's what the orcs spread. To think we thought ourselves lucky they didn't eat us all on the spot, but rounded us up to be sold into slavery. We escaped certain death only to face certain deathlessness. Talk about your rock in a hard place.
What in the blazes are Hell Lords?
By the seven, I don't know. Never have I seen anything like them. They're creatures dressed in knight's armor that's black as coal. The very ground trembles when they approach, and their eyes shine with demon mania. To even think about them is to struggle with almost irrepressible panic.
Let's discuss these mines.
What about them?
Can you give me the lay of the land?
I'm afraid I've been navigating these mine shafts rather like a fish out of water. All I can do is advise you to leave and don't look back. But if you're determined to push on, be warned that a handful of Immaculates is the least of your worries. The Necromancers weave powerful magic, and as I fled, I nearly ran into one of the Hell Lords. Had it seen me, had I met its eyes, I know I'd have gone mad. I looked away and ran as fast as I could. Only darkness awaits you here. The dark and the dead.
I'm likely to meet Immaculates here, am I?
Indeed. Bunch of loons. I haven't the foggiest what their plans are, but it has nothing to do with mining for silver, and that's a goddamn certainty. Them and their goddess-lording ways seem to have taken hold in Silverglen. But I bet the people there have no idea what the boys high up, or should I say down low in the mines, are really plotting. Curse their ignorance and curse their gullibility. Immaculates, the real ones I mean, the ones in power, they are setting something in motion that I hope to be far, far away from when that something finally rears its head.
I will take my leave.
As will I. It's just that I'm torn. Should I hang low right here just a little bit longer, or should I make a run for it? What do you think?
I say run. Why sit and wait for death?
I say run. Why sit and wait for death?
I concur. Run while you can.
Yeah, you're right. Better make a dash for it while I've still got a chance. But wait a moment. Who's that you've got with you? Medora, is that you? Found another group of dupes to betray, have you? But can it really be you? Something's different.
Oh, interesting. Ooh. Why would we lie? I mean, let's just go for it. You recognized her? Yeah, I think we're gonna speak it, but we'll go with number 2.
You've recognized her rightly. That's Medora indeed.
The one and only.
The one and only.
Ah, so it is you, you chicken-livered craven. Rolled out the map for the orcs in Hunter's Edge and come to do the same for the Hell Lords here, is that it? And your face. Looks like one of the townsfolk sliced you up before you managed to sell into Gruntilda, eh? Well, to hell with you. In any case, now's the time for me to escape. Good riddance to this god's-forsaken place, and to you.
Damn, that was bad, wasn't it? And we got blunt. Charisma, I really don't want to lose that. Okay, we're mostly considerate. How hard is this to break? Oh, not very. We have people in here. Have some miners and stuff. Or we could check out this way. I wish I didn't interrupt the dialogue.
Same 1,000-yard stare you get when trying to do arithmetic.
Dear gods. So this is what's become of the villagers? This is their fate?
Yeah, so I said, look at these skeletons just chipping away at the rock perpetually, and then the rest of that dialogue happened. The skeletons mining away, never ceasing, never resting. Who are you? He pauses, rubs its jaw, then starts mining again, without as much as acknowledging you. Tell me about the Immaculates. It looks aside as if it has a bone to pick with me, but then continues working. The Immaculates must have a purpose here. Do you know what lies at the heart of these mines? Nothing.
These undead are completely unresponsive. I smell foul magic.
I reckon you're right. This is necromancy to be sure.
Whoever that is talking isn't completely corrupted or whatever.
First goblins, then cultists. Who's going to take over this mine next? Crab soldiers?
Let's talk to him. Dreksis.
Filthy, vile human scum! Sadakandras will hear of filthy, immaculate betrayal. He will put you all up on a pole and let it slide slowly into your bowels until your screams of agony will rid the forest of all that lives. So terrified will be even the worm that crawls and the bird that flies.
I may be human, but I'm not an Immaculate.
That does not matter, little louse. All humans will suffer the wrath of the totems for the shame that has befallen us.
Tell me about yourself.
I am Dreksis, favored of totems. Were that I had my spear, this mine would be a blood-spattered waste if I were free. Not even the tremor demons could stop me.
Who is Sadakandras?
He is the chief of our tribe's seat, the greatest of goblins alive. For the promise that hides in bloodstone does he follow the human female they call Conduit. She has his respect. All others have but his contempt.
Why are you imprisoned here?
The slavers made their bones splinter inside their living flesh. They lured us in here. They said they had found an ancient totem, but that was a lie! They need more slaves to unearth Tenebrium. So soon they shall give us to to the Necromancers. Let them come. I shall claw their eyeballs from their skulls for their trespass and shove them down their throats.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've heard about tremor demons yet. I don't remember the guy we just spoke to talking about tremor demons. But what do you know about the tremor demons?
If my nose does not betray me, and it never does, they have been forged in blood. The power of the bloodstone runs through them, the blood of 1,000 spirits. They course through the stones they hold, through the living rock. Blood, 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 in blood the spirits roam free.
I will take my leave. I mean, I guess we can do this and see what happens. Does it free him? Ha! What a nerd. So then the question becomes, what do I do? I mean, can Boulder... I mean, now they have to go through that. If they want to get here. Yeah, put in work already. You better not attack after all that movement. Except he didn't fall this time. Oh well. It's too far for a whirlwind. Yes, it is. So these are level 13 enemies. They're a little bit closer to us. I just realized we have oil barrels in there. That would have been fun. Except we have an imp that's probably on our side, so I think we should be cautious in just going too crazy, right? Oh, I thought he was going to run past. Get an attack of opportunity. Oh, damn it, I thought again. Okay, so Jahan doesn't really have any options that work with what I want to do right now. I mean, we could do this. What is Dark Avenger? The more dead allies, the stronger you become. Ah! So he's been blinded. We'll try to slow this one. Wait, was that... Oh, I think that was the wrong... Oops. Well, that's fine. This doesn't really work. But you know what does work? Yes. What's his name? Mittix. They all have similar names. It's like playful sounding names. Zigzags, Mixix. Dreksis' head. Oh, that sounds interesting. Oh, he really likes that. Yeah, so blowing this up might have been bad. If it would have killed Mittix.
Goodness gracious me! You made quicker work of those goblins than I make of my mother's famous cherry pie.
The idea of imps making cherry pie is interesting to me.
Can't say I quite fancy the ingredients you've strewn all over the place, though. Not very appetizing in the least.
What is an imp doing among goblin prisoners?
He's cowering in a corner, hoping the human slavers will put the goblins to work before they get so bored they cut his ears off for sport. Goblins, hissing ninny hammers, the lot of them.
And Ninny Hammer. I love it.
Serves me right for being such a great big heap of butterfingers, though. I was helping a lady create those blood devils out there, you see, but I dropped one of her bloodstones right into a particularly spiky bit of tenebrium.
Uh-oh. Blood devils.
Crack goes the stone and crack goes my silly old skull. Next thing I know, I wake up among one-eyed freaks smacking their lips and hissing obscenities as they glare at me. Gave me more goosebumps than a flock of geese in winter.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you admit you're responsible for those blood devils out there?
Gladly I'll correct you, for I am not responsible. I'm merely, how should I put it, co-responsible. If a slave can really be held accountable for his mistress's doings, that is. That's right. I am here, wholly against my will, dragged all the way from Hiberheim to serve the lady in red. Not my fault that I really enjoy the work I'm forced to do. Completely averse to my own wishes, is it? Merely a happy coincidence, that.
Interesting. If you helped create blood devils, perhaps you can tell me something useful about them.
Useful? Let me think. 1, don't go near them, because they'll kill you in the blink of an eye. 2, don't let them see you, because there's that blink again. 3, don't even think you can defeat them, because, well, you get my drift. Luckily, their tread is so heavy, it conveniently gives them away, so just wait for the shakes to subside and you're free to sneak past. Easy peasy.
Who's the lady in red?
The one who dresses in vanilla, who'd you think? What? You really don't know her? I thought she was as famous among humans as Zigzags is amongst imps. They call her... Oh, what was it? The Channel or something? Or Canal? No, the Conduit. That's it. Lovely girl if you're into blood devils and the like. She has a whole smithy altar ritual thingy a bit further down the mine. Wish I was there, creating lovely old blood devils. Imps don't thrive in cells, you know. They go mad.
Tell me about Hiberheim.
Oh, never mind Hiberheim. You don't want to go there. So cold, you need to build a fire just to pee. If you want to avoid embarrassing accidents, that is. We Red Imps work there for the King of the Realm, the mighty Boreas, Bester Chumsy and the Lady in Red. Talk about star stones all day. Takes all kinds, eh? Long story short, she fancied an imp worker, so Mittix, that's me, was given to her as a present. Kind of a letdown, really. They didn't even tie a bow around my head or anything.
Now that you mentioned Zigzags, perhaps you'd like to go to my shelter plane at the end of time. The historian is there and you'd be free.
Jolly Rogers on a sling, are you serious? Yes, I would love to go. To meet the great Zigzags. What an honor. End of time, you say? How exotic.
Right, enough banter. Time for you to go to the shelter plane. Scurry outside first, though. All this tenebrium seems to be interfering with our rift travel.
See you there, oh savior of imps. I'll go ahead and prepare a nice pot of tea for the lot of us once I arrive.
His goofy run cycle. Okay. Looks like we got another friend to hang out there, huh? That's pretty cool. It's weird the way he's like, I really love what I'm doing, but I'm also not responsible because I'm a slave. I think I get what he's trying to say, because within the lore of the game, imps are like tinkerers, and that's what they do. They like making and building things, so I think he's really saying it's irrelevant. Somewhat, it's irrelevant what he makes, as long as he gets to make things. Like, he enjoys that aspect of being creative, or you know, tinkering. Here, we gotta get that ore. We've seen... Oh shit! Run! No! Flee. That would be a Death Knight that's invulnerable in level 15. There we go. Yes, they legitimately are invulnerable, as it says. I kind of feel bad about the Medora thing. We might have got more dialogue from her. But I was like, I don't know why I would lie to him. I mean, we know he's from Hunter's Edge, but he recognizes Medora. Why? I don't know. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get me. Walk me up in here as much as I can. Death Knight's a compendium. Now we're gonna walk right back so I can read that book. Let's check it out. Beware, once resurrected, the Knight of Stone, the Knight of Death, may not be laid low through combat. No, without most rare and most ancient magic, the Knight will continue to rise. So it may actually be the case that you can kill them, but no, but that they just keep getting back up. I don't quite remember. I've fapped since then. I'm just gonna sit here and hope. No! Damn it. It's okay.
It doesn't seem to work here.
Oh, they want to talk. Maybe about the teleporter pyramid not working?
Strange. Something here seems to be interfering with our teleporter pyramids and waypoint rune. If we go much farther, we may not be able to escape again.
You take on whatever comes our way. Onward.
Damn those magical relics. An iron will is enough to face whatever may come.
Yeah, we want bold anyway. So all those are empty. Oh no. Wow, that was good timing. I'm glad it worked, because a few times it just doesn't work. Even though it says 145%. Let's go back this way. And then stealth. Damn. So much money to be had here. Well, kind of. So much loot to be had here. Dang. If I can sneak the others in here, that would be awesome. I mean, I could probably mine this from magic pockets, yeah. And then I'll send this to Medora. This is gonna weigh me down.
Chased here by one of those monstrosities, it seems. They must have met a swift end.
I didn't know she could also talk. Okay. Oh. Good. Making sure they got it too. What's special about this? Why did we get... Wondering why we got a bit of experience. Ooh! Tenebrium weapon. I think picking that up is going to make me rot. It's worth a lot. Do I do it? Isn't everyone who touches it will rot, basically? So I'm gonna pick it up, and then I'm going to start rotting. And then I'm going to send it over to Scarlet, who healed earlier and is now going to start rotting again. So that sucks, but we'll deal with it. We were fine earlier, we'll be fine now. We've already seen one way to cure it. And it's pretty easy to just keep healing. So this circles around. And... oh, wait. Okay, that... a necromantic bone totem, got it. And then we can go this way as well. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to circle back to the bone totem. I'm so lost. There. What? Oh no, does the rot break my stealth? Or did it just glitch? I mean, there's two ways we can handle this. I could just get caught and then flee, which has been working. Or, try and do it this way. Will he see me? Yeah, he does. Okay. Well, we'll flee. That's fine. Now everybody else come over here too. Why do we want to talk?
Ah, there you are. You were rather conspicuously absent during that last fight I was in.
Really? Didn't mean to leave you in the lurch like that. Next time, shout, and I'll come running.
God damn! I'm just gonna read this, but I'm not gonna go with it. In fact, I'll whistle and you'll come running like an obedient dog or be put down for your efforts.
Oh, I didn't really run into any trouble. It's just that it's too bad you were missing all the fun.
Good God, some of these options are ridiculous. Oh, we already broke that, right. Adora, do your thing here. And here.
Prepare yourselves, brothers! It has found us! But no, you are not the armored death. You we can slice, dice, and feed to the idol of oblivion.
If it's something called armored death, if something called armored death is stalking you, wouldn't it be best to join forces? Guess not.
Join forces with a heathen? With a tramp unworthy of our goddess's mercy? Never! We'll rip the flesh from your bones and pool your blood into the goblet we shall empty in her honor!
Okay, but what if I really want this sarong? I doubt you're gonna drop every single one of these items, right? So what if I want this sarong? Because it's gonna be really good for me. We'll see what happens. Anyway, oh wait. We didn't fight? Oh, now we're fighting. Okay. I mean, it works. Yeah. Why not?
That takes care of the item. Perhaps the undead will be a bit more responsive now.
Oh. I didn't know that's what we were doing by destroying it right then, but I like that. Fuck that bench. 9,100 for that. Oh, that was 2 people, that's why. Yeah, waste your turn. Oh, don't use some poison shit on me. Now explosive. Or fire. Dude, that's some mean damage. Oh, damn, another ranger. I didn't realize that. And you did one of the worst things possible. Oh, look at all the enchanted miners. Can we leave? Is it safe? My senses are returning. What's happening? We're free! Yeah, get offed. Beautiful. So that guy's crippled, so he's going to restore very little AP. The other guy is now knocked down. Okay, and one of them's dead. Oh, they're both dead. Nice. Good job, everybody. Also, immolation from some equipment. Got stuck into the middle of the hotbar. It's just weird looking. Yeah, we did not get that money back, but I know she didn't drop everything. I'm pretty sure she didn't. I feel like, I don't know, maybe that was a waste. It's fine, money's not a concern anymore. Kind of, it is, but not really. Regardless. Yeah, we want to go in here. We want to find that sarong. Hand it over, because it's way better. Dexterity. And what can we pick up here? A wand? A scroll? Robe? Potion? Wand? Wand? Staff? Some armor. I don't know what this key is for, but pick it up.
Warm as dragon's breath.
Maybe for the, one of the chests. Maybe that other chest needs a key. No. The String Enthusiast. Mixing poison with certain objects can produce an elixir powerful enough to affect a particular attribute of an intended victim. A tooth dissolved with a strong poison, for instance, will leech the strength from a man's arm in an instant. It would be difficult to pour such a concoction down his throat during combat, but coating an arrowhead can deliver a dose of poison straight to the target. The fumes released upon contact will deliver the poison just as effectively. Interesting. I never knew how those were supposed to work, I don't think. Let's read the diary. How lucky the conduit is to count me among her numbers. Who else would have had the expertise to construct the bone totem? Who else could have thereby created her a tireless shift of obedient miners? How they scrape and hammer, swinging axes over empty skulls. The power is mine, the power of the totem, the power of their souls. Strange to think that something so simple could hold the key to the souls and minds of dozens of thralls, but such is the power of necromancy, as exact and expert as my own. Never in the old world would my talents have been celebrated, but now my work is worth its weight in rubies. This is the conduit, or this the conduit at least recognizes. Yo, I would like rubies though. They're so useful. That guy just have like the most southern accent ever. My senses are returning. What's happening? I don't know how he said it. I'm not good at like the stereotypical like, Texan southern accent despite being from Texas. Like the really stereotypical one. I don't know, some people from the outside, I don't know, but some people might say I do have an accent. I'm not sure if I do or not. I mean, everyone has some type of accent, but just being a strong, very noticeable.
We're free. It is done. The spell is... You broke the Necromancer's spells.
Who are you?
I'm free. I hail from Hunter's Edge. Orcs came. They pillaged, enslaved me to the goblins I was given. Then came the knife. The knife and spells of necromancers.
Tell me about the Immaculates.
They are sorcerers. What blood and tenebrium bring death to all.
The Immaculates must have a purpose here. Do you know what lies at the heart of these mines?
We do not go where she goes. The conduit, the one before whom every immaculate bows in reverence. If you want to go where we don't go, where she goes, then whisper the word. She whispers. Sadakandris. Sadakandris is the key. Goodbye, oh savior. You will go yonder.
He's going to fall down and die.
We shall go to the Hall of Echoes. Faery, well.
My senses are returning. What's happening? What's happening?
Okay then.
That's skeleton believed its soul would live on in the Hall of Echoes.
This is spiritual versus materialistic, I guess. Because this is definitely spiritual. I don't know what this would be. But I want to find out. I don't remember what those do. Immune to fear versus lore master. Doubtful indeed. The afterlife is fantasy, plain and simple.
And so the soul simply vanishes into thin air, never to be heard from again. I find that image hard to swallow.
Pragmatic and romantic. What is pragmatic? Oh, it's the opposite. Okay. Oh, that's fine. So I find it interesting that they can undead always do that? Can they just decide they're done being undead and just die? I mean, I assume it depends on the individual, right? Oh, we got Tenebrium ore. Ah, now she's rotting too. Oops. Kind of, but not really. It's fine. Yeah, they all died. Cheese bread. You know, I don't know if I've ever had cheese bread, or people like to call it cheesy bread. I don't know if I've ever had that before. I assume I might enjoy it. It's cheese and bread, right? I like cheese. I like cheese a lot, and I like bread a lot. And I've just never tried something like that.
What's this? I found something.
Hello. Now it's... Did we do this one yet? I don't think so. It looks like gold. Well, it's silver too. There's like a couple gold streaks, but it's more silver than anything, yeah. Wait a minute, can we mine it more than once? Have I been screwing up? Oh, okay, we totally can. Well... Let's do a few more. I don't know how many times we can do this, but it's so heavy. It's going to encumber very quickly. Vein depleted. The Snickers dick vein is depleted. It's not like we can rot any more than we already are. Jahan feels left out. Might as well do this while we have the chance. That's why. We can use it for crafting, of course. Make good stuff later. You know, I just realized something. If we find really shitty items, really shitty knives and stuff, I think we can actually smelt those down into, like, steel or silver or whatever. And then we can use that to craft better things. And make more money. So that's an interesting thought. How is the encumbrance? We're just about maxed out. We'll have to pass some of this along. How are you doing? Oh, you're doing great. Okay. Not anymore. Is there anything mineable over this way? Yes, that sucks. Because now we have to go all the way over here. So what I wanted to do is follow this around. Let's see. We were right here. There's that body we haven't looted yet. That's about it, though. So then we need to go the other way anyways. It's pretty easy for me to do that with myself. The others are the ones that are difficult because they are unable to teleport to me. And they can't... Jahan can go invisible, actually. So maybe we can work something out. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. I was nervous about that. So yeah, does rot break this? Does taking damage break it? No. So it was a glitch earlier. Got it. Yeah, I would like to check this body, and then I guess we'll move on past here. Whisperwood. Hey, see, we found stuff, it was worth it. They're on the way. Not 100%, but they... Yeah, they kind of are. Alright, let's just book it this way? I don't know. It's a long run. I'd like to know what the rats have to say, but I want out of here before they spot me. Shit. This dude was going over the bridge, right? I don't know that there's a good place to hide here. Shit. No, go the other way. Right, we know we're pretty safe right here because we were mining, so we should be safe around here. I'm gonna see how much we could do just by running for it. No, we ran too far. I am gonna load here because it doesn't really change anything. We could easily flee from battle. Just try to make that a little quicker, a little easier. Nope. No. Damn it! I don't know if you saw what happened, but it clicked in the chat, I think. My first click didn't register. Yeah, chat's getting in the way. Okay. Yeah, the way I look at this, it doesn't really change anything from loading or fleeing. It just makes it faster to load. God damn it. Okay, there's an option there. There's a way around that. I was onto it, But we need to do it a little bit better. Basically, we need to run this way and hope we don't get spotted. No, we're gonna get spotted. What? Interestingly, only... Whatever, we're gonna try it one more time. Hopefully only one more time. Might take us too long to sneak. Yeah, by the time we get up here, he's gonna see us again. It's actually worse this time. Okay, I see what we can do. So sneaking is slow, right? So walk some of the way. No! Holy shit. Look at that clutch. Now this guy. Wow. My butthole sure is puckered right now. Well, that did the trick. Alright, so we are regrouped. Free experience time.
You're not afraid of Death Knights, are you? All you need's a bit of special blood and a fancy piece of paper to make them easy to stick.
Interesting.
Mining isn't so hard. All you need's a pickaxe and a nice juicy vein.
Speaking of mining, is there anything we can mine over here? There sure is. Let's get to it, Medora. Looks like we may be able to cross a bridge up there. Ah, it's an Ibrium ore. We're gonna have to juggle these ores a little bit. Or send them to the homestead, even. Maybe I should just do that. Let's go ahead and mine this other one. Yeah, let's mine all of this, and then we'll send stuff around.
Something has gone terribly awry.
It's okay, Medora. We're gonna make this work. It's our encumbrance looking like, holy shit.
My heart decays within me.
That's gonna be 19 pieces of tenebrium ore. It's not worth much. 20 actually, nice. It's not worth much on its own, but you know, we can make weapons and stuff with it, so it's fine. Hand that over.
This ore is so toxic. I can feel its effects already.
There's gotta be a better way to handle it.
We'll have to look into it. Send that to Homestead. And that. And that. Go ahead and heal us up with some Constitution. Actually works really well since we don't have a way to heal everybody right now. Until we get one more level up. It works really well. For just light healing, like taking care of this rot. Alright, so I think the purpose of this is for if you flee a battle, you get warped back to it. Gotta be careful. Alright.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Careful!
Whoa!
This isn't a mine.
Ow.
It's an ancient structure.
They must have accidentally discovered these ruins while mining for silver.
So this guy shows up. See, fleeing sucks. Because you have to do this, you have to regroup your party. Everyone's like over here dying. Not used to where to look. Everything is too new with the way I moved my hotbars around there. Alright. So now we would want to make sure we don't step on traps, huh? Or even shoot traps. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Rat. I genuinely hate when that happens. I don't want them to die.
Careful now, that's a trap.
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
Careful, I've spotted a trap. Hold. Our enemies have laid a trap.
You there! You look neither like an Immaculate nor a Death Knight. And that means you're an intruder. But by rights, I should kill you where you stand.
But perhaps what I am is your deliverance. Looks like you're stuck here, but I could remedy that. Ooh, hang on first. Oh man, this guy sells stuff. I'm not gonna buy anything. Nah, we're good. Let's try to charm him. That's not gonna work very well.
No, you couldn't. You ventured into the wrong mine, intruder. It's as simple as that. Your death won't be in vain, though.
See, I hate this.
That's a comfort.
First of all,
we thrive on your blood.
I didn't realize until around the time I was charming that I was even controlling the wrong character. So it really sucks. I hate that because, like, damn it. I want to succeed all of them. I want the experience more than anything else. Okay, let's do a whirlwind. Break the table and stuff. Well, the leader there had a bad time, didn't he? Damn. It's painful. Okay, don't step on that mine, Jahan. I'm surprised that was in range. Oh, we have one in the tent as well. No, that's a double kill. So I guess it's the one in the tent. Yeah, that was a little hard to hit. But that's the one I should hit. And I can't. Oh, it failed. Gross. Nice. Alright, we've got them controlled now, so we can see about killing this one. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that Medora was feared. Or something. What is it? Shadow damage, I don't care about that. Oh, I could just look over here. Yeah, she's been feared. There we go. I bet they wish they would have accepted the persuasion now. Alright, what are we gonna do? Smoke grenade. Leather helmet. Some sharp rapiers. It's a lot of lockpicks. Yeah, they clearly don't drop their entire inventory, so it's a good thing that we bought what we did that other time, because they may not have dropped the sarong that I wanted. Parchment. My esteemed Tenebrium Smiths, I've been called away to Hiberheim on urgent and vital business. You have my permission to take a few days' rest while I'm gone, but ensure that those who do not hold a position as elevated as yourselves do not venture beyond the gate. They must not see the Death Knights. They would not as yet understand. You know the gate password. So do our undead slaves, but fortunately they are mute as long as the necromancers uphold their spells. Do not share the password with anyone, or an undead slave you'll become. That much I promise. Blessed be the goddess, and blessings of the void be upon thee. Signed, the Conduit. We have a mine worker's log. I always like reading stuff like that. I fear for my life, as I've never feared before. They are loose, and they cannot be stopped. An experiment gone awry. A bloodlord loosed from all loyalty. We are doomed. I think we just got a key, right? Yep. We got one somewhere. What is this? Purifying fire. I don't know what it's from. Oh, it's from my new sarong, isn't it? I noticed that icon a little while ago when I was taking my first turn in that combat. I was like, what am I looking at? Oh, can we walk through? Whoa! Did that rat just walk into the fire and die? I think that's what we just heard. Well, I can't... that one's not my fault. I can't feel so bad about... I mean, I do. But I don't feel as bad about that one. I do feel bad for it as a creature. Oh, there's other rats that have died there. What?
I need to dry off.
I like how he actually put out that torch as well.
Be careful now. That's a trap.
Oh! Yes, please be careful. Why do I suspect more traps?
Hold. Our enemies have laid a trap.
What does that do? Oh, it just lights it. So here's what I'm seeing. We could go through here, or we could go through here. So we've simply taken a roundabout path that probably avoids a bit more sneaking through the Death Knights.
Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Pop these palisades. We have a chance. Jahan, take care of this fire for us before the rat walks into it.
Look out, I see a trap nearby.
I'd rather not disarm them. If we could pick the mines up, I would totally be disarming all the time. If we could, like, use them. Okay, where does this guy go? Let's look at his route. I don't know how far in he goes. Okay, he doesn't go in very far. So if I were to go invisible... I don't know if there's going to be more traps. If I were to go invisible and just loot things real quick... It should be safe for everyone else to just run through here when he turns his back.
Careful now. This is where the woman in red is working. She doesn't take kindly to interruptions.
Well, we've only interrupted her, what, twice before? Or thrice, kind of.
Mining isn't so hard. All you need is a pickaxe and a nice juicy vein.
We'll keep them in dialogue for a moment and book it. Go. Sweet.
This door must lead to the inner ruins.
And I'll bet you it's locked tighter than a dwarven ale.
All right. Do these work? Is this just gonna blow up everything? No. I like how I couldn't talk. Is this I don't know what I said there. Yeah, but I was saying, is this just gonna blow up those barrels? That'd be goofy. But I wanted to try it. I had to see. We did get a key earlier as well. Oh, this is Sadakandris. I'd like to take a good look at this door.
The heavy door doesn't give way to any pressure applied. A rune in the center appears to be its only obvious feature. The rune
I believe I have a rune.
warmer. It reacts to the sound of your voice.
Say Sadakandris.
As you speak, Sadakandris, the door's inner workings begin clicking into place. Lo and behold, with the screeching sound of 1,000 goblins hissing, the door opens.
Nice. That's not a vein. Okay, I feel like something's about to happen. Inner minds, I don't know.
Dark armors, tenebrium. This must be where the Death Knights are made.
This must be the heart of the Immaculate's operation.
Whoa, there's a lot of stuff here. Better be able to loot everything. I don't want to be interrupted.
Something leeches my life force.
Tenebrium bars. They're actually worth a lot. Here's my favorite thing I can go ahead and say, is that tenebrium causes rot, right? We know that. But that's a mechanic of the game that just, when a character interacts with tenebrium, there's a check to see if they are immune to it or not. And if not, they get rot. When I notice I said a character, not one of your characters, any character. So there's something important here that is implicit in that statement. And that is that if you sell this tenebrium stuff to a shopkeeper, they will also get rot. So yeah, that's a very interesting way to just make that mechanic consistent across the board, and I love it. I love when things like that are just part of the mechanics of the world rather than unique to the player. Yeah, I get nervous in something like this because I feel like something's gonna happen and we're gonna get interrupted and then not be able to loot things or whatever. That's why I was like, I was nervous. I was like saving a bunch. Yeah, to me, mechanics that are just part of the world like this and just applied consistently but to the player and the NPCs and such, I really like that. It's almost like environmental storytelling.
These little meetings are becoming something of a habit, Source Hunter. I believe that theory of mine holds water after all.
Startled me a bit. She got her titty out still.
Do you feel it? The links between us growing stronger. It's as though we stand at opposite ends of history, and the space between is rapidly falling away. But you're not alone, are you? No. Who else have we lurking about the place? I'd like to have a word with you all at once.
We've all been stunned. I think she teleports people here if you were the only one that snuck in here, for instance. I think she teleports your party. How dare you compare us? You've committed so many unforgivable acts.
I assure you, nothing I've done requires forgiveness. Nor anything you've done, Source Hunter.
I should have said unforgivable, but for some reason my brain feels like I said forgettable? I'm not sure.
You may be loath to admit it, but I believe our approach to certain uncomfortable matters is similar. Blood spills at my behest, if and only if it serves the greater purpose.
And what do you proclaim to be your greater purpose?
Let me paint you a picture, Source Hunter. Imagine a world without war, without death, without sorrow, fear, or struggle. A world in which all of us, humans and orcs, imps and goblins, demons and gods, are as one, separated neither by body nor by soul. It will be done, Source Hunter. That will be our new world, our new reality. The Void has been inching toward Rivellon for eons, eager to reunite us in the single awareness that once was. It is a beautiful purpose. The greatest that has or ever will be.
Yeah, so once again, the Void inching closer to Rivellon, and it's going to be, in her words, a world without war, death, sorrow, fear, or struggle. All of us, humans and orcs, imps and goblins, demons and gods, are as one, separated neither by body nor by soul. You've been crafting Death Knights, why?
None could defeat it. A war is coming, Source Hunter. The final war. My preparations are already bearing fruit, and soon enough the first strike will fall. The end will come swiftly, painlessly, like an executioner's blade upon the neck. Only those who squirm will feel it.
You say your Death Knights are invincible, but the first Death Knights were defeated along with the Source King, Dreksis.
Those first knights were mere prototypes. Powerful, yes, but not imbued with half the power of mine. They've been cast in such terrible terms. Death Knight, Dread Lord, Blood Devil. In fact, as I bring them to life, I see only angels of mercy. My knights are growing in number and strength, forged of tenebrium, born of blood stone. They will march Rivellon toward her ultimate fate.
So, these are the creations you described. You're using Bloodstone to create an army of Death Knights.
Very good, Source Hunter. While you've been using Starstones to leap through portals on your shelter plane, I've been using Bloodstones to craft a reality of my own here in Rivellon. These are my children, you see. Born not only of the blood of the sacrificed, but of my own blood as well. Thus imbued, my knights will march where I ask them to march. How far is it from here to your shelter plane, incidentally? Perhaps as close as the zap of a special stone, from what I've heard.
I'll not stand by while you terrorize innocents. Face me!
Still, you misunderstand me, Source Hunter. I crave no cries of terror, only peaceful silence. My army is nearly ready. Since you've come so far, perhaps you'd like to see the culmination of my Immaculate's efforts. Maybe then you'll understand the fruitlessness of this war you're waging upon the inevitable. It will become your grave. A prettier casket I can't give you.
Okay.
Is that a way to make them vulnerable? We stand no chance against these monstrosities.
We can't fight them, but perhaps we can outrun them.
Yep, we have to run away. And here's the question. What items are up here? He who smelts it. Some hammers. An anvil. We gotta check the chest. Yes. Doesn't matter who takes that. I'm gonna pass that on to Jehan. And I'm gonna keep this arrow. Alright, not enough AP to do anything more there. So 4 AP can get me all the way up here. It's basically equivalent, so we're not gonna do anything there. Yes, we'll take that, fine. I'm legit gonna do this. I'm gonna loot things as we're exiting this place. It's really only the book that's left. So next up we can go this way. Can Medora pick this up? Almost, not quite. Leaves me in a pretty vulnerable spot, doesn't it? I gotta pick that book up and run. I don't know how far they move. Oh, they don't move very far at all. We got this. Even Jehan can outrun them. Yo, Scarlet can move like mad all of a sudden. Alright, we'll wait until... Nice. So if I whirlwind... We've got a path mostly through here now. Pick that up. And now book it. Oh, right. Not enough. There's a couple of these we haven't been able to loot yet, so we're gonna try to make sure we get those as well. But I think we've got such a stupid lead on the Death Knights that it's not a problem. Oh, cheeky stuff. Hey, that was worth it, wasn't it? Charming arrowhead? Hell yeah. Alright, what are we looking at here? 7 AP, let's do it. Let's hit this mirror.
Quick you'll go, and fast you'll fly. When mirror's wing will o'ersweep you, then the next room well will keep you. Quick you'll go, and fast you'll fly. Where your land's for you to choose. Graves or books, your choice will be. Spirits, papers, all for thee. Where your land's for you to choose.
You mean you can transport me out of here? Enough of the poetics, I'm ready to go now!
A hurried choice is never wisest. Considerations will behove you. The crypt or library both may move you. A hurried choice is never wisest.
I don't quite know. I'm tempted to say library, so I will.
The library, you say? Hurrah! Countless books within your reach. What will you learn? What will they teach? The library, you say? Hurrah!
Where are we?
From the looks of it, we're still in the underground temple.
Then we're not out of the woods yet.
I wish it was the woods we were in.
Yeah, the woods would be a little bit more peaceful than this, right? So, a lot of shit's happened. This place is fucking oh, Snapple. That was not pleasant. Really? I hate that, because there's no way to plan for it. There's no way to... Those are one of the few cases of something that I deem, like, really unfair. Because there's no way to say, oh, I'm going to avoid this. It just happens.
As good as a new penny.
As we're walking through, we just randomly get a fireball on our head. There's no way a player can do anything about it. I'm sure we've read this. Did the gods ever exist? Who is it to stop them from enslaving us should they ever return? Yeah, we read that. Yeah, I just... Again, I hate when games do things like that where it's not a thing of skill for the player, it's just arbitrary. Like, you're gonna take damage now. Temple of Astarte, lots of volumes. We're gonna grab them and just, we'll read them when we're out of here. I mean, it looks like we can get up there maybe, but we could teleport up there probably. Check this mirror.
My heart does leap. To the crypt I'm glad to bring you, or the High Priest's office, if it please you. Traveler, my heart does leap.
High Priest office sounds interesting. Crypt is meh, but we'll try crypt.
Away, we fly away. To the crypt where ghosts lie sleeping. want to win?
Different plaques and stuff. Yeah, I really want to get to that High Priest's office. Astarte's servant Cardinal Montruk rests here. Into the source he has returned. Well, that's a game over. Okay, don't dig that. Oh, God. Back here. This is where I was just complaining about the fireball, too.
Traveler, my heart doesn't... Away!
Alrighty. Well, we can try some of the other ones, maybe.
Try telling the woman in red not to summon lava all over your home. You'll find yourself gutted over a stone faster than you can say squeak. Don't believe a thing you hear about a room full of gold. Anyone who says that is full of something else.
Alright, what is this one then? More death. You can't say I'm abusing saving and loading there. I mean, kind of, but I'm just seeing what happens. Blessed is she who blesses us. Cardinal Julian rests here, and to the source she has returned. The Tomb of the Unholy, and to the source even they have returned.
Hallowed be these crypts. Endeavor to worship or endeavor to depart.
Goddess, greetings, wanderer. What brings you to this house of the goddess during these troubled times?
So you're an Immaculate too?
A what? No, certainly not. I serve Astarte, our great goddess. A bishop of the source am I, in life and in death.
What is this temple?
The goddess's home, of course, her house of worship. Here she'll return when she's finished her great work. Yes, when she returns, she'll rejoin her beloved and loving flock here in this very temple.
I'm gonna do this just because it's a dialogue option, but it feels a bit strange given that we've, you know, we've let other sorcerers go. But whatever. You say you serve the source. I am a source hunter sworn to stamp out that diseased power.
I ought to box your ears and tie your black tongue. A source hunter, you say? And what does your mission entail exactly? Chasing down the ill and wounded, healed by source and executing them?
Source is tainted. It is a power of chaos and darkness.
That's impossible. Absurd. Our Astarte is the great bringer of light, of order, of healing. No, I don't know what strange land you are from, wanderer, or why you've come to her temple to spread such lies and gossip, but I think it best if you take your blasphemy elsewhere.
I'll take my leave. And that's it for the crypts. I'm not doing anything else here. Oh, we can go this way. If there is anything. We want to go back to the library and then to the High Priest's office. Oh, snap. Oh, I know where this is. This is where we were digging next to the mirror. Or not the mirror, the, yeah. So yeah, the whole mines are lava now, basically. So we aren't going back in the mines. It's something I was dancing around a little bit earlier when I was like, we need to dig all of this ore. And I was thinking to myself, because we're not going to get another chance.
You want to fly? You want to win? Away, we fly.
Yep, to the library. Oh no, do I have to take damage again? Yep. Maybe not if I wait, but no. Y'all walk way too close to that lava for my taste. You gotta stop that. I want to see how this works. Was it also it is a constitution bonus. So it does effectively function as another mass heal. Right? When this wears off, she should be at full health. At least until the rot takes hold. Yep, it totally works. Hello, Copper, what's going on?
My heart does leap. To the crypt I'm glad to bring you, or the High Priest's office, if it please you.
To the High Priest's office, please.
Away, away, we'll fly away. The High Priest's office. Oh, I shudder. I hope you've said bye to your mother. Away, away, we fly away.
Alrighty, now we're over here. What we got? What's going on with you, Copper? Good to see you. And a wild tusk appears at the same time. What's going on with you? What you been up to? Tusk was like, Copper's here, I'm gonna show up now. Copper's the real star of the show. Pulling the Walter White, you goddamn right. Yo, this place is just going crazy right now. Yeah, I think that was a little painful. Alright, Jahan. No, not that. This. Wow. I'm doing good. I mean, I'm trying to finish up this section here before I call it. Because we've been going for a hot minute. Almost 7 hours. Got a lot of books to read. Oh, right, we don't actually go out this way. Need to go back the other way. Got it. Ooh. Ah, my camera's... yeah. I was in a weird spot and I wasn't allowed to zoom in. Let's do this Water of Life again. He said trying to make bills. I thought he said balls.
Pocket of serenity in the midst of such chaos.
This room must be woven with powerful protective magic.
Alright, seems like the perfect time to read some books then. Let me do that, because I picked up a bunch of books. Have we read the Death Knight Compendium? Did I forget to read that? Yeah, that's short. That's why. He who smelts it beats some metal scraps into shape, and you've got a makeshift piece of armor. Swinging a hammer around, that's the way to do it. Leave throwing hard-earned gold around to the elves. Now we have 3 Temple of Astarte books. In the earliest days of creation, first came the gods and next came the 7 races. These 2 classes of consciousness existed in the harmony, but there was little communion between the 2. Then came Astarte, mother of the source, and through her great power the mundane was united with the divine. When man closes his eyes, he sees not only darkness and feels not only the constant pull of the void, he sees the love of the goddess, a gentle glow, and he feels how all of creation is bound beautifully together. As Astarte's power grew, so did its remarkable effect upon the inhabitants of our world. No longer could sickness and injury undo us. No, sorcerers were capable of mending any harm that daily life might inflict upon us. Sorcerers, those who could commune with the goddess and thus guide the source, bless us with their gifts. It is through these holy souls that Astarte grants us her finest honors, and it is through them that she is honored. This temple, the greatest tribute to Astarte yet erected within Rivellon, serves as home to countless sorcerers who can study the great gifts of the goddess, then venture across the realm to spread her blessings. To lay eyes upon the goddess is to feel the greatest love of the divine, and here our visions show us she to whom we owe all. We pay tribute to her for the gift of Source, and she in turn provides. Here, goblin and orcish shamans join hands with elvish and human sorcerers bent in service of the goddess and in gratitude for her gifts. Astarte, mother of all, may she thrive 1,000 eons. So that's cool. So just recapping that, the gods and the 7 races are 2 classes of consciousness. There's no communion between them. Then Astarte, the mother of the source, the mundane, was united with the divine. Right, so she united the races with the gods via source. And it basically talks about how source is a gift from Astarte and how people would go around healing and everything. Yeah. Sorcerers were capable of mending any harm that daily life might inflict upon us. And yeah, so all the races were like united here, studying it. Okay. A little bit of a different vibe from what the Source Hunters typically would believe, I imagine. We've read that book, okay, and what about this field guide? When worse comes to worse and you're down to your last pair of breeches, don't forget where the leather comes from. Animals. Strip their hides and use your knife to turn them into something useful. Alrighty. I meant to try to make some leather scraps earlier and I completely forgot when we were crafting. And now I gotta read chat while we're doing this.
Water of life.
Interesting that you're playing No Man's Sky. You tried playing that early on in your streaming, and I feel like the reason you stopped was because you weren't really enjoying it that much. Is that correct? And if so, what changed your mind on it if you've been balls deep in it? Seems like a bit of a change of heart is what I'm getting at. We have 2 old letters. Let's check the one on the right. Leandra, hosting your little pet has been a pure pleasure. What Evelyn lacks in subtlety, she certainly makes up for in utter disdain for her current position. Yes, I assure you, you've made her a very happy woman indeed. Her peeking over my shoulder has hardly helped my already fervent endeavor to raise Brachus Rex. My eagerness to find the Source King likely outweighs even your own. When next I write, I will have found him. Signed, Dr. Theleron Hashnator. Your Holiness, the conduit of the goddess, I have ever endeavored to follow the path you have laid out for me, your devotee. I have put aside all pleasures so that I might better pursue the one way, and it has been a great honor to serve as your trusted aid. Your Holiness, I was shaken when I discovered it was the counselor, and not your devoted Evelyn you called to assist you in the King Crab Inn that night. Have I erred in some way? Have I proven myself less than faithful? What have I done to unearn your trust? Whatever wrongdoing I've committed, I will atone for it. Your devoted servant, Evelyn. Conduit just be chilling in here. This is where she's, like, been living or something. Dude, slow intros are the best, though. What are you talking? Also, I didn't feel like No Man's Sky had a slow intro, but dude, slow intros are the best. I'm kind of the opposite. I feel like a lot of the times intros that come in too heavy are uninteresting to me. It feels like, I don't know how I would describe it, but A lot of times to me that feels boring. It feels like too predictable. Like, oh, like things are blowing up 2 minutes into the game. Yay. It's not very exciting to me. Sister, it has been entirely too long, and strange whisperings from within the Goblin Highlands and the tribes of the East bode ill. I beseech you, please come home. Life has taken on a dreadful pallor in your absence. Where is my bright and bristling sister? Dashing here and there, gobbling up information like a spring caterpillar before its metamorphosis. I've done wrong by you, this I know. But it is time for us to put these past wrongs behind us. Accept my apology, dear Leandra, and let us move forward. I've heard disturbing news about a dangerous cult, led by some or other madman called the Conduit. The forest creatures whisper dark tales of source and sacrifice. Come home, sister. If we are to face this potential threat, we'll need one another. You feel so distant, your soul so far from my own. I want to make amends. Love, I, and that I is obviously Icara. Okay, that makes sense then, yeah. So just to read that, I don't mean like exciting intros, I guess is the best way to put it. I like no intros, just drop me in and let me mess around, let me figure it out. I can get that. I just find it really interesting to have a slow intro, because I think it gives time for things to ramp up and kind of build in, as opposed to like trying to jump in too heavily. It's all about contrast. You know, I like to talk about contrast, and that's one of my things with Elder Scrolls, where with Elder Scrolls 4 and 5, particularly 5, where it's like they want every quest to be full of twists and turns and exciting and everything. But when every quest is like that, then it kind of, there is no contrast between the different quests to be like, oh, that one really stood out because it was so different. But like every quest tries to be crazy and unique, and to me that, you know, takes away from the overall presentation. Fuck around and find out method. I'm guessing Icara. After so long without hearing from you, I had feared the worst. You were so angry that night, I thought the fire in your eyes might scorch us. I would have deserved to burn on the pyre of your rage. Yes, a more fitting fate for my coward soul I could not have devised. When you slammed the door behind you, every candle in the cabin snuffed to smoke. Something died then. Something within me. Within a car. Okay, no, that's L. This is addressed to Leandra. I can hardly tell that's an L, though. Anyway, so let me just reread this again because it's reframed in my mind. So this is addressed to Leandra. Why can't they just use fucking names? They have names. After so long without hearing from you, I had feared the... I was wondering this, actually, let me just start one more time. I was curious because I was like, wait, Leandra was writing this? That threw me off. No, so, from Icara to Leandra. After so long without hearing from you, I had feared the worst. You were so angry that night, I thought the fire in your eyes might scorch us. I would have deserved to burn on the pyre of your rage. Yes, a more fitting fate for my coward soul I could not have devised. When you slammed the door behind you, every candle in the cabin snuffed to smoke. Something died then, something within me, within Icara. You were gone, and we didn't know if or when we'd get you back. You must know how dearly, even then, you were wanted. Now my heart sobbed, begging me to go after you. But I was stuck fast to where I stood and to the life I had chosen. And 2 years passed this way. My arms began to forget the width of your waist. My fingers no longer itched to comb through your wild mess of hair. Then, your letter. Of course I will meet you at the King Crab Inn. Of course I will. Z. No, that's Zandalore. That's not from Icara. Aha.
Weaves wider than I could have imagined.
This is no rogue witch. This is a conspiracy.
So this was her setting the whole thing up. That's interesting. Ooh, Staff of Imagination. This very powerful magical object can make your dreams come true as long as you dream of destroying everything in your path. Rumor tells that the mysterious mage Solomation, or Solomatin, used a part of his own mind to make this staff, hoping it could become the greatest creation tool of all time, but all it dealt was destruction. And we don't use staves, but it's pretty decent. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying there too. Like, it depends on the game, but I mean, in general, if we're not talking about like an explicitly action-oriented game, then yeah, I prefer like a slower intro. This game to me has a beautiful slow burn intro with the murder mystery build-up and everything. It's one of the best examples I can think of like what a good slow burn intro could be. The absence of the gods. The priests believe the gods are still among us. I think I've read this before. I'm not going to reread it. It's on screen. Yeah, no, I have read it. I remember the 2,000 years ago part. The Hudson River, 2,000 years ago. No.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago.
Oh, I thought I saw something else to pick up. It was, not shadow, it was like shading. Lighting. That's the word. What do we have here? Summon Armored Undead Decapitator skill book. Pretty sure I already have that. Ooh, we have Leandra's spell. We have feathers. We have lab notes. Let's read the lab notes. This diary contains several fragmented notes seemingly scribbled in distraction. Tenebrium stores located within Luculla mines. Sufficient for all operations. Miners contained, devoted to conduits. Should expedite the mining process. Imp has proven useful in the development of the prototype, but the result was far more dangerous and difficult to control than anticipated. Consider implementing failsafe. Power without loyalty is useless. The key is blood, bloodstone, and my own contribution of life make the resulting knights loyal to me in every way. Still, danger must be further mitigated. Have developed method to make knights vulnerable if it should become necessary to dismantle them. The spell and the blood suffice. First, fully functioning prototype created. A beauty to behold. Totally loyal to me. Immaculates will oversee continued production of knights. I expect that soon my army will be ready to march. And we have her spell. So we can dismantle Death Knights with that, I believe. Or either that or it's a way to get the hell out of here. I don't see anywhere else to go. Oh, the camera hated that. I just love when you're walking around and you just get randomly hit. It's so fun. Let's boost this constitution way up. It'll be fun. How much health can I have? Over 1,000? Yes, over 1,000 health. So we don't go that way. We definitely don't go that way. Now that we've done this, is the mirror just like, hey, you can leave?
A hurried choice is never wisest. Considerations will behove you. The crypt or library, both may move you. A hurried choice is never wisest.
To the crypt? Maybe we can talk about things that we've seen to this guy?
Goddess, greetings, wanderer. what brings you to this house of the goddess during these
Yeah.
troubled times?
What is this temple?
The goddess's home, of course.
We said that,
Her house
didn't
of
we?
worship. Here she'll return when she's finished her great work. Yes, when she returns, she'll rejoin her beloved and loving flock here in this very temple.
I'm a little bit confused. We need to find her blood. Wait, was it in her lab? Did I just miss it?
You want to fly? You want to wing? Just say the words. Away, away, with...
I assume I missed it. We're gonna see if we can navigate around this stupid fireball stuff. If we do that, we should route around it. No, come on. Everyone else did. Why you? So annoying. Also, the rain spell takes so obnoxiously long to cast.
Traveler, my heart does away, away.
Alright, so we're gonna go back here and we're gonna check the lab one more time and see if I missed some blood. This is called lab junk. Oh! Oh! I know I've probably done this before. Wait, no, that's not full of blood. No, it's called empty bottle. It's literally a big-ass empty bottle. What do you mean not enough space? What? Pass this on to somebody else. Let's get someone else to drop it. What the hell do you mean not enough space? Oh my god, it's just like stuck. So yeah, the blood there is interesting. But I can't seem to do anything with it. Yeah, the empty bottle totally doesn't look empty. It kind of looks like it has blood in it. Let's go back up here then. Oh shit! I didn't open that. Oh my god, I'm stupid. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have it in it. I'm still stupid. I don't know how I missed that. Vial? Why do I... I feel like I've had this problem before. I seem to recall being confused by this. Let me peek around. Okay, so it turns out, yeah, I don't get it here. So I was off base. That's fine.
A hurried choice is never wisest. Considerations will behove you. The crypt or library, both may move you. A hurried choice is never wisest.
Got a long bath and a cold lake.
Alright, so we're gonna go back to the crypt, because when I was going and looking around, I saw that there is something I can do. Oh, right here. According to what I just read, that deactivates the lava traps. So, good to know. And they said they have skill books. Wind up toy skill book. I want to dig on that, even though my perception hasn't found anything. Elemental Tortoise skill book. Have we... Did we have to dig this guy out? I don't remember how we got this. We'll dig anyway.
All that digging and there's nothing here.
Ah, see? I did call it. There might be something there. Alright, so now we just go back to the entrance hall. We're good. I really was like thinking, wait a minute, I need to get the blood.
Away, away, we fly away. Quickly to the entrance hall. Come now, one and all. Away.
Because this is the only place we actually haven't been. Oh. Treasure. Okay then. Jahan just decided to walk in the lava. Got it. I'm not gonna load for that. We got a lot of scrolls. We don't die very much. Oh, we can go that way. I think that's dangerous. I feel like that's something we can't walk over, but, well, I'll save and try. I'm okay with loading for that one. I thought I knew where this was at. I thought this was where we first encountered Leandra earlier, but that's not right. Yeah, no, there's something down this way, so let's go for it. I feel like this might be the way out. I don't know. This place is confusing. I did not think this was going to take as long as it is. Ever gonna be done with the mines like an hour ago. I mean, I'm still counting this as part of the mines. Dude, can we stop getting fireballs on us all the time? It's annoying. Again, it's one of those things where It just feels unfair. There's no way that you can account for where they're gonna be, so there's no way it comes down to player skill. I mean, if you play it all the time, you can see exactly where they're gonna land, but still, it's very inconsistent. I still say, what are we looking at in the mirror there? It looks like it's the monitor. The game is looking back at us.
Soldier, soldier, burning bright, where will you go? What will you see? The gold within, the sun above. Where will you go? What will you see?
The gold within.
The gold within cannot be reached. My paths have all been mangled, breached. The gold within cannot be reached.
Okay, then I guess the sun above.
Prepare to bask beneath the sun. For your freedom you have won. I'll send you now, hold fast your party. Goodbye, and blessed be Astarte.
Ooh, experience. Still not level 15 though, unfortunately. I was hoping we'd get to it. Now we've been here. This is near where the goblins and stuff were at. Or the orcs. Oh no, they were goblins. I think this is the path. Oh no, over here. Yeah, no, this is near it. We saw this before and I looked at it. I think this is where I was actually making the comment about the mirror. Oh, maybe not. Regardless though, we have seen this. Back in Luculla Forest. Safe and sound. Should I go? Nah. Not right now. Okay, let me head to like right here. Alright, well they're walking over here. Got some dialogue to do. So, that is my cue to go ahead and start wrapping this thing up. It's been a good 7 hours, basically. Like 2 breaks in there or something. Not too bad, not too bad at all. Pretty good session today. To be fair, it was like an hour and a half or something of crafting and inventory management there in the middle, because we've been putting off crafting the whole game. But now finally got that settled. We got a character set up as a mule for that, and we got like beefy weapons, and we beefed up our armor and stuff a bit, so pretty good. But basically today was finishing off Hiberheim, which was the I guess, yeah, we had to go into the prison and then kind of, you know, get through the, not even puzzles, but get through the guardian, the sentinels in there, and we found Icara, but she was encased in ice. So we headed over to the Elemental Forge, broke the staff, freed the other like Elemental Kings, and then one of them helped us free Icara, who then kind of told us her version of the story of what happened with the Jake murder. Like, she filled us in with her side of the details. It all lined up with what we already knew, but she kind of filled in more details, and then she basically pointed us to the mines. She said, hey, you got to go to the mines. That's the next place, because I've sensed that Leandra is there. So that's what we just did. We went to the mines. We also did some whole stuff with like the treasure room in Hiberheim before we did the mines. And we rescued a well, all kinds of fun stuff. And then, rather, we teleported a well back to where he was supposed to be. We'll call it rescuing. And then finally, we went to the mines. We found all the Death Knights there. We found Leandra again. Actually, I left out Leandra was in Hiberheim too. So I'm bouncing all over the place. And let's see. So yeah, we found Leandra twice today. And she kind of said the same thing both times. Like, she's one of those that's like envisioning the world without anything, right? It's like, there's so much suffering and all that, so what if just none of it existed? right? Imagine a world without any suffering, without any pain, without any whatever. Like everything is just going to be united as one. And as the void gets closer to Rivellon, that essentially means her dream is closer to being realized. That everything just gets eaten up by the void, but then no one can suffer. So she kind of filled us in with that twice in different wordings, I guess. And then, yeah, she's making Death Knights because she's saying this battle's approaching and she wants to make these invulnerable Death Knights as her army. So we just kind of did our great escape from that and got a hold of her spell that makes them vulnerable, except we need her blood as well. So we'll figure that out soon. We should probably go back to the End of Time and see what's going on there. We can get some guidance there next time. We could do some stuff around Silverglen, which we haven't touched yet. So take care of all that next time. There's still a lot to do here in this map. As we can see, there's something... Sacred Stone is way out here, but there's all this uncovered stuff here, so there's plenty left to do here in this map. And this is still kind of all part of Act 2, I guess. So I would also say that we're probably more than halfway done. We're probably like 60% of the way done or something. So making decent progress. So anyway, enough of me rambling on. With that said, thank you everybody who showed up today, whether you're lurking, chatting, masturbating, whatever you like to do while you watch the stream. I greatly appreciate that. If you're new here and you like what you see, please consider hitting that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell, leave a comment if you're so inclined. I greatly appreciate all that. All of it's free, doesn't cost you a dime. If you if you want to check out the stream, normally go Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And yeah, you better. So yeah, normally stream Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I will be back next on Tuesday, and we're going to do what I just talked about. Check out around Silverglen. Try to check out the End of Time as well, because they kind of guide us. But we'll probably need to check around Silverglen and start gathering some more information on the Immaculates and everything. I think that's probably going to be our next major move here. And we're just going to slowly sit here and die. Because we're just taking 1 damage per turn right now. Because we all, except everyone but Jahan, has the rot. I love it. Alright, but let me get my save in real quick. What stream is this? What stream was this? This is stream number 9. So, end stream 9. Boom. Alrighty. Thank you again for showing up. Until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at, take it easy.